the 9 plenary session of the conference on how to end the zero-sum game between developing and developed world, which will last around 1 hour. And eventually we will have the conclusion, very important, which will be a continuation of your reporting of the working groups to the plenary, with a wrap-up with the chairs, with Alexandra and Bill Emmott, who is supposed to be here. And here is Bill. And we will finish with the Dolomite manifesto, or at least a very first draft of it, with some media here, some journalists, or at least the journalists that survived the saga of the Italian government yesterday. And at 1:30, we will conclude with the movie, Malaika's movie, on wildlife and protecting wildlife as a way to prevent the next pandemic. And we will have a lunch. So I'll leave the floor to Chatiana and Marco on Prometheus and the geoengineering, and and Adrian, who is online from Mexico City. Okay. Probably you need this or this. Okay.
Okay. Now, can you hear me? Yeah. So may I raise just a boring question before starting? You were talking about a pluridisciplinary perspective. I like to say about myself that I aim to be adisciplinary, but pluridisciplinary means that you have different disciplines that concur to explain a single issue, so to speak. Every discipline bringing its own knowledge and competence and so forth. I would like much more sort of multidisciplinary approach to this thing, whereas multidisciplinary means that there are these different disciplines that intertwine and work together to that point. So just because I have a long history of struggling with disciplinarity, which is the holy grail of Italian university. Having said so, I'm Marco Grasso. I'm a professor of, let's say, climate politics and governance and ethics at the University of Milan Bicocca, and I've been working on this issue for the last 20 years. And I've been working a bit also on what is known as solar radiation management, or solar geoengineering, or stratospheric aerosol injection, which is one of the big family of these climate engineering or geoengineering approaches. And basically this one deals with, it consists in spraying particles, usually SO2 sulfur, in the stratosphere in order to shade the solar radiation, in order to dim the light coming from the sun, with the ultimate objective of decreasing global temperatures on our planet. It's a bit like it basically mimics a big volcanic eruption. And as a matter of fact, as Giri knows, the last volcanic eruption was big volcanic eruption was in 1981 in the Philippines, the Pinatubo volcano, and in the couple of years afterwards, the global temperature decreased by 1/4 degree, if I'm not wrong. So the logic is that one. On the other hand, we have these families of approaches that can be broadly grouped under the name carbon dioxide removal, which boil down to removing greenhouse gases, basically, not only carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. And these approaches goes from the most, let's say, straightforward, that is a nature-based solution, which basically trees and vegetation absorb greenhouse gases, to more complex technologies like alkalinization of the high seas and so forth. Let me say that the first question that one should ask themselves when we talk about the engineering is, do we really need to hack the planet? So is it really necessary? And in my opinion, in a sane world, it shouldn't be necessary, but unfortunately, we don't live, I guess, in a very sane, mentally sane and healthy world. Rather, we live in a world where we're living in a sort of impending global ecological crisis. We live in a time where, let's say, market distortions and governance and policy failures force us in sort of repetitive carbon lock-ins, and it might be that we could need these technologies at a very short notice. So it is important, in my opinion, to study these technologies in advance in order to for them to be, let's say, beneficial to humanity instead of being used for the vested interests. Another specification is that while solar radiation management is intrinsically a global issue, and so it entails problems of political problems, governance problems, ethical problems. Approaches of carbon dioxide removal are scalable. So to be more clear, there are some, let's say, small approaches of carbon dioxide removals, like forestation or I don't know, other nature-based solution, or even direct air capture, which is a technology which sucks CO2 from the atmosphere, which basically do not involve major political or social or ethical issue. On the other hand, there are these international or global carbon dioxide removal approaches, which are to many extents in their social, political and ethical dimensions similar to solar radiation management. And I'm referring, say, to, I referred to before, to the alkalinization of high seas, that is of the seas beyond national jurisdiction, those chunks of the seas which the UN unfortunately seems unable to rule. The number of times this convention on the high seas have failed in the last few years. That's more or less my general take on the issue, and I would now like to highlight a bit some of the major political, governance and ethical issue, but I would like for this to have the support of the slides, because my memory is weakening at a very fast rate. So yeah, thank you. We should skip the first few slides, I guess. So I'm moving down. I'm okay, operating. Okay. Okay. Here are some of the main issues of the politics of what I call before I said that we should be particularly careful when we deal with, in terms of social, ethical and political issues when we talk of solar radiation management and of large-scale carbon dioxide removal. This could be grouped under the awful acronym large-scale geoengineering, LSG. So one of the political issues is indeed who is going to win and who is going to lose from these socio-technical undertakings, and politics should be particularly attentive to sort of distributional problem, and particularly should pay attention to how to protect or even to compensate those who should be the victims of these projects. Another issue is indeed relates to who should have a place, a seat in the table in which these decisions about LSG are taken, who might have a right to say something and who might not or should not have a place. I'm not here proposing a solution, just raising questions and let's say putting forward some food for thought. Again, traditional environmental policy is mostly focused on reducing the anthropic impacts on the planet. So as very little experience in dealing with this kind of issue, should we think of any other political ways or instruments? That's another question. And another question related to the politics of large-scale geoengineering is how to politically we have to deal with the inevitable risks of contestation and politicization of these projects. For instance, there are, so far there are, in terms of solar radiation management, we have a very, very limited, very, very small scale experiment, like sending small balloons with sulfur in the atmosphere, and these were in the west of the United States so far, and planned along the coast of England, and these were highly contested by local population. So it seems like an attempt to actually hack the planet. So politics should be aware of this problem and should be prepared to deal with this problem if we are rather serious about undertaking these projects. By the way, these projects usually are divided into 3 steps. One is a sort of, let's say, theoretical and lab-based step. We study the issue at stake, and we are still there, right? A second step is attempting to go out with very small-scale experiment in order to get the information and the data for the third step, which is the gradual deployment. So we are still, by and large, especially as far as solar radiation management is concerned, into the first step. There's nothing around, okay? By the same token, we have a governance issue referred to who decide what and how much in case of international global projects, how much spray should be put into the stratosphere, for how long it should be kept there, how the quantities of the right alkalinization of the ICs and so forth. Who decides? Who's in charge of deciding? That's a major issue. We don't have any, we live in a post-Westphalian world. We don't have any, let's say, global or international institution that can impose anything on sovereign states, and so they should try to figure out a common perspective on this, and it seems, especially given the times, a bit difficult. Similarly, it is very likely that some countries, some communities, some regions can contribute technologically in a very limited way to these processes, should nonetheless they be included in this governance, or the governance should be left to those who are more technologically powerful. Remember always that we are talking of something global. Dimming down, spraying sulfur in the stratosphere means that the weather patterns, am I right? The weather patterns all over the globe are going to change, even if a single agent, a single country, or even a terroristic movement is going to do that. The entire climate system would be disrupted. And so it is quite inevitable to ask ourselves if we need some new supranational institution or institutions. Again, probably that seems rational, but in the current world politics already, I would say, overburdened by global, rather ineffective global institution, it's not very likely to accept a new institution for managing large-scale geoengineering. The ethical consideration involved by large-scale geoengineering are even, I reckon, more difficult, thornier. For one, we have this problem of, let's say, moral hazard in the before, when we start thinking, okay, this problem of undertaking a very risky business which could corrupt our willingness to seriously engage with abating emissions, right? We are talking with these technologies, with these approaches of operating on the effects of climate change, and we basically disregard the causes of climate change, okay? So that could be a problem. And it could be further evidence of the human hubris, of the human intention of dominate the nature through these technological fixes. We have the silver bullet for fixing everywhere without seriously engaging in modifying our behaviors and our carbon-intensive lifestyle. During the research and development stage, we have few ethical considerations, very, very entrenched, and one is how to prevent that these processes are captured by the vested interest, by this geo-clique, as it is called, this technocratic, bureaucratic, and scientific elite that then could turn this process in their interest. We have a slippery slope, so to speak, problem, which basically means that once we start to work, to research on this, it might be, given that this research involves a lot of funding, it's sort of necessary to go down that path till to the deployment of these technologies. And then we have the problem of procedural justice, participation, and as a matter of fact, there are some attempts to limit this ethical problem, such as those put forward by this group of multidisciplinary group of scholars and practitioners and policymakers a few years ago, which basically recommended that the governance, to address this ethical problem, the governance of large-scale geoengineering should be carried out by and large in the public interest. When we deploy geoengineering, we should think that this socio-technical system must necessarily include some political properties, normative properties like responsibility, but not responsibility as understood in the classical way of caring for something, and then we should put into this social technical system legitimacy and provide them with consideration of distributive and procedural justice. And then when we, and this is refers mostly to solar radiation management, when we terminate these processes, we have a sort of accumulation problem. We might have not stopped to pump greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, and so what happens when we turn off the switch? And by the same token, it's not as easy as turning off a light. The cessation, the termination of the problem, yeah, okay. It involves a coordination with other processes, and then we have the problem of that some constituencies may want to design their own climate. So, in brief, in a nutshell, okay. The first paper, scientific article on this came out almost 30 years ago and concluded that the conditions for political and moral feasibility of what was called then intentional climate change were not satisfied. I would say that almost 30 years later, we're more or less still there, and the politics, governance, and ethics of large-scale geoengineering are still very controversial. Thank you for your attention. I'm sorry for having talked too much. Giri, please. Sorry? He's going Alexander. I'm the chair, so I would say no. That Alexander, I didn't know that. Okay, yeah, please, Alexander, sorry, go on. So you maybe want to briefly introduce yourself, and I know that you are based in Mexico, so you have a terrible time for you, I guess. And so thank you very much also for this huge sacrifice. So it could be either too late or too early. It's up to you to decide what it is.
No, non ti preoccupare Marco, io sono vissuto a Roma per 6 anni, quindi
Great.
Sono abituato anche in questo.
Okay. Quindi, is it too late or too early for you?
It's too early. It's 2 a.m. in the morning, but no worries. It's Friday, so I take advantage that it's a Friday night, and we like to go to dinner and to party after a very busy week. So it's not work. It's a pleasure. So I really grateful for the invitation, and I cannot be more agree with you. I can say that engineers we like to engineer. No, if you give us anything to engineer, we would like to engineer. So why not Earth? I mean that's a technical question. I mean we always like to create things and to adapt things. But at the same time, I cannot be more agree with you that it's important to know who decides and who takes these decisions in order to get acquainted and get some responsibility for these decisions that are of global impact. This morning, I was actually working with a working group on Earth observation systems. I work in the Mexican Space Agency, so I work with the Earth observation systems and also with the space exploration, which is one of the very nice tables I had with my friend Chatia a couple of months ago. But what I wanted to get more acquainted to the audience in Italy is that the ethical responsibility, as you just mentioned, is something that is not measurable. Engineers like to measure. A statistician also. I mean, this morning we have a very interesting panel with Francesco from FAO who asked the right questions about what to measure and how to measure. At the same time, we also know that this planet is changing, that this planet it's adapting, this planet is a living system, and like this planet, there are many others, and we would like to explore and to recreate the survival conditions that we already have here in order to extend human life. Unfortunately, humans also adapt the way of doing things and think. So ethics is not measurable again, but I can find a correlation between what we say and what we do in terms of speaking of some sort of moral economy or moral engineering or whatever you want to call it. Why? Because when we have these decisions, big decisions to take and to make, we are doing it for the forecasts of everyone. It's quite interesting for me that being an engineer and also a scientist in a certain sense, I have to get trained and to know more about geoengineering in a government school, which was the government Kennedy Government School in Harvard. No, I mean they have already a program, interesting program in geoengineering, and these proposals are based pretty much in who's going to take these decisions and who's going to get these responsibilities. Marco mentioned it very well, that when we refer to geoengineering are basically two conventionally categories. The carbon dioxide removal, which is at least 6 proposals or 6 developmental scenarios. And we also have the geoengineering with solar radiation management, and we include also that word which is present in many segments and in many sectors of life. So things like albedo modification, sun reflection are concepts that basically they come from the engineering, but at the end they have to have an impact and a responsibility. At the same time, I like to read about the different philosophical perspectives. I remember a good book from a friend of mine, a German philosopher, which is Peter Sloterdijk, and he wrote a book, if I can remember, maybe 10 years ago, about atmoterrorism. No, I mean, what are we doing with the atmosphere that we cannot realize that can take longer and very profound effects in our life as a species? I mean, we only have one atmosphere. We have to take care about the atmosphere. I got interested into climate and into the atmosphere, which is a very, very thin shape of life surrounding Earth by a chemist, a very good and known Mexican chemist, who's Mario Molina, who already passed away, unfortunately, during the COVID pandemics. But he discovered that the molecular way of thinking in a macro scale is important. So we have to move from a very small scale in order to understand the profound effects that this combination of small effects can change life here and possibly in many other different scenarios that we would like to explore, and Chatia will mention that in a perfect manner because he's an expert. And we have having these discussions for quite a bit. So the only thing I can say for not to take much time of the conversation is that we all as nations, or maybe nation states as well, of course, we can make decisions, we can make agreements. I can work as a scientist or as an engineer with a group of experts in space technologies in order to measure, to understand these profound effects in human life. But at the end, we all need to agree in what we are going to say, and how we are going to do it. I mean, that's the most important ethical responsibility I can support from Marco's initial statement. And well, there are many ways to do it. And as an engineer or as a scientist, I just can say that we like to solve problems, not to generate them. So count with us. It doesn't matter if we are in Mexico, South America, Europe, or North America, even Asia, whatever place of this common ground and common place, we need to get in a common ground, a common understanding. That's transdisciplinarity, that's pluridisciplinarity, that's multidisciplinarity and interdisciplinarity. So those are my comments.
Thank you very much, Adrian. Very interesting insights. Now I'm giving the floor to Giri. Who works at the interface. He's a scientist. He works at the interface between science and diplomacy, and it's very interesting. And we talked about a bit yesterday. Very interesting things to say in this regard. And this sensitive thin line between science and diplomacy and these technologies. Please.
Thank you. Firstly, why are we here? In a few hours from now, we'll create the manifesto which, under the guidance and leadership of Vision Think Tank, will be submitted to COP27. And why have we chosen this topic of geoengineering? The reason being that some 7 years ago, while COP21 had gathered and when the final document had come out, they had mentioned that it is not enough to decarbonize. There needs to be efforts invested in creating new types of carbon sinks so that we not only add up to the problem, we not only aggravate it, but at the same time, we also undo the wrongs that we've done over the past 200, 300 years since the onset of Industrial Revolution. So that is where the idea of sinking carbon comes in. Now, as Adrian just mentioned, there are two ways of doing this. One is give it to the engineers or give it to the naturalists. So there are two cohorts which will help, create those things. So if you give it to engineers, they'll come up with engineering solutions. So CDR is one of it. They'll spray aerosols in the atmosphere, in the upper atmosphere, which is stratosphere. And then if you give it to naturalists, they'll say that, look, we'll go the more organic way. We'll afforest, we'll create carbon sinks within the soil, and there is need to manage the way we use our lands, the way we use our sea. So land use, land management techniques need to be worked on. But again, let's go back to what is exactly geoengineering. Just as the way we've divided Earth into three parts, which is the lithosphere, the hydrosphere, and the atmosphere, geoengineering entails modifications in each of these. So for instance, when we say we want to create carbon sinks, what we are trying to do is we are trying to absorb all the carbon, or as much as possible carbon, from the atmosphere and let it seep into the lithosphere in the top layers of the soil, which have really high organic content. And it is here where countries from the tropics have a great role to play, because it is the tropical soil that has the highest carbon sinking capacity, not the soil up here in the temperate regions. So that's nature for you, and there's no geopolitics in it. Number two, when you talk about carbon capture, utilization, and storage, what we are trying to do is we are trying to store these gaseous carbon into underground caverns, caves, in a way that it can be repurposed at a later time. That is a good idea, but a partly good idea. Why do I say that? You can't store the several thousand gigatons of carbon that we've emitted over the past 300 years. What do you do with it? You need to put it into use, and that's where you you start incentivizing people or entities to start absorbing carbon. Now, there can't be one single entity who would do that. You will have to ensure that the industries start absorbing the atmospheric carbon and convert it into some value-added product. I'll give you a small example. This is not a advertisement for that company. So there is this huge London-based FMCG company. Starts with the name, starts with the alphabet L or U. UL, you get it. Which company is that? Unilever, okay, let me put it. So Unilever recently started working with an American carbon capture storage company called as LanzaTech. Together, they decided to collaborate with an Indian company called as India Glycols. So it's a chemical company. So a carbon capture company, a FMCG company, and a specialty chemical company, they came together and they decided that let's do something on the consumer level. What did they do? LanzaTech knows how to capture carbon, and they have a substantial storage of carbon that is ready for commercial use. They sold it to Unilever. Unilever gave a research and development contract to India Glycols. India Glycols created some chemical for them, and this is how they came with the first laundry capsule, the capsule that you put in your washing machines, which is made up of carbon that is not derived from fossil fuel. So it is a carbon that is derived from atmospheric, anthropogenic carbon. So this is the way to go. There is no single solution to it. There can't be any behemoth technology company who would champion, be the whatever, superheroes for us. It has to be small incremental efforts like these at various levels. Coming back to geoengineering, we've geoengineered this earth for a very long time. I mean, let's accept that fact. It's not a new phenomenon. The day human beings started practicing agriculture, that was the day when we started geoengineering this planet. Because today, if you look at if you see this earth from a distance, you would find that there are millions of hectares of farmlands, and these farmlands have come by deforestation. They've come in some regions by converting arid regions into arable regions. So we've done that. So geoengineering is a reality. It will continue to be a reality. And why do I say that? Because once we start moving to, let's say, Mars, to more habitable planets, we'll convert these planets in a way, or transform these planets in a way that they become habitable. So that word is called terraforming, and that is also one form of geoengineering. Now coming to the ethics, governance issues. See, these are technologies, if given in few hands, there will be issues and there will be conflict. There will be conflict and loss of confidence between scientists and the public. And in a democratic setting, the public and the scientists should be in one team. They can't be standing in two opposite teams. And that's why incremental methods are necessary. Number two, there is a very thin line between geoengineering and deliberate weather modification for geostrategic gains or geopolitical gains. And these are very well enumerated in some of the United Nations conventions. One is called as Environmental Modification Convention of 1982. It talks about how to prevent militaristic use of geoengineering, and this was spoken or enshrined 40 years ago, so it's not a new thing. The issue at hand is, and this is what we discussed in our globalization working group, is that there are specialized groups in the international governance system, but they don't talk to each other. There is a lack of interaction. So since this is an event which is largely catering towards UNFCCC, because that is in charge of COP meetings. There is no participation of NMOD. And NMOD convention comes out of United Nations Office of Disarmament Affairs. So what we need to do hereafter, rather than creating dichotomies, is that make these institutions that are working in isolation or in silos talk to each other. So the next time when we discuss geoengineering in such a platform, we need to have some participation from people who are close to UNFCCC or UNODA, which is the Disarmament Affairs, somebody who's into United Nations Development Program, because then you need investment bankers who are ready to invest in companies that are eager to take these incremental efforts, like I just told you about Unilever and India Glycols. So there can't be one behemoth company in this. And there are startups, like there's one startup here very close to where we are in Switzerland. I won't take the name. Yeah, he said it. So this particular startup is claiming to bring down the cost of capture of carbon below $100 per ton. Now, these are unreal numbers, and startups are known to throw out unreal numbers. So it depends on us whether we wait for that glorious technology to come and arrive from heavens onto the earth, or we start taking these small steps. And these small steps are they're segregated in all domains. These are responsibility of us scientists, think tankers, governments, industries, startups, academia, and policy analysts, people from humanities, everyone. So with that, I'll conclude my intervention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have a bit of time for discussing. We are over.
More or less, let's wrap up.
No, I'm very happy that both hard scientists like an engineer and a climate science agree on the importance of ethical consideration. I would say that to argue that it's not, it's not really a problem that ethics cannot be measured, I guess. And yeah, to wrap up, I think that what you say, that the thin line, if you maybe want to elaborate a bit further, because this is very scary, that thin line between the use of this deliberate large-scale weather manipulation for geopolitical or even as warfare tactic could be likely or at least possible. Okay, so that's more or less it, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like we are going into some science fiction movie, kind of very interesting. I'm waiting to understand whether the governor of the province is ready for institutional greetings. Otherwise, we start with the working groups. And I will need for that Bill Emmott to chair, together with me, this very important phase of reporting back to the plenary. Thank you very much, Marco.
Thank you. Thank you.
Catania and Adrian from Mexico City. So I guess that we probably can start from, it looks to me that the working group on democracy was particularly ready. So Robert, you can come and you can be even accompanied by the students who helped you. Actually, I think the entire working group, but me, was with you yesterday to work on the problem setting and problem solving. You can use this ice cream. The students, Luke and Leo, no, right? Oh, well, the Leo is disappeared. I saw him somewhere, but... Okay, Robert, is, Luca, you can integrate.
So perhaps we'll skip some of the problems, because if we're looking for solutions to all of this, then this is a problem-solving conference, not one where we could have dedicated 50 pages to every issue that we came up with when it comes to the issue of democracy in tackling the issue of climate change. Obviously, the framing that we were given is how do we tackle the issue of populism. So, for example, well, not populism, but of the backlash to climate policy, for example, from the Gilets jaunes, or we extended it to include the issue that we have with, for example, the Dutch farmers' protests, or if you take it onto the other extreme, the frustration of climate activists who've now resorted to more radical measures, for example, through things like Extinction Rebellion and Stop Oil. How do you bring both of those voices together? And then, of course, the other half of the issue we were supposed to be addressing was that of how to engage the youth, how to get the next generation engaged in climate policy. And we've seen examples of how they've already expressed their frustration that not enough is being done through groups like Fridays for Future and the student strikes that we saw in 2019. And of course, the overarching issue with all of this is how do we tackle the problem of voter information and keeping voters informed so that they understand what it is that's trying to be done. So with that in mind, we've come up with a few suggestions on how to move forward. On the first one, we were talking about how to engage citizens more directly. And one of the problems we identified is that decision-making is often too distant from the people. It's one thing to have a decision made in Brussels at the European level or in a national parliament, but for that, there's a huge amount of distance between the policymakers and the people. They don't feel as though they're properly represented. So our proposal was that we bring climate policy down to a much more local level. And that includes taking more robust and direct policy decisions, or even by embracing things such as referenda on key issues related to climate. And it was also, we started talking about the issue of democracy itself and how you make it more accessible for people. So one of the things we were looking at was the embracing of e-democracy. And when you have these referenda on climate issues, allowing people to vote online or remotely rather than taking time out of their day to go to a polling station. And it also brings people closer to the marketplace of ideas. Of course, in all of this, you need informed voters and you need to have an informed society. And one of the problems we identified is that quite often there is just one message being pushed out constantly, and it might only appeal to about 30% of the population. So how do we bring people to understand what needs to be done? Well, our solution was that we need to come up with more tailored narratives. My own organization, New Direction, hosted a Green Conservatism conference earlier in the year, which took the green narrative and put a conservative spin on it and put it in front of policymakers. And we had a very good reaction to that. We found that people had come up with new solutions that fit within their own ideological framework, but met the same aims. In doing that, we also, of course, need to push back against fake news and disinformation. So on social media, social media is a perfect tool for targeting narratives directly to people who need to hear them. And I think, finally on that was about having adequate fact-checking. Then we moved on to the issue of market-based solutions. So rather than having the top-down approach, we should have a bottom-up approach in which we can provide a framework for investors to be responsible, including by encouraging climate activists to take up stakeholder positions. So we should be encouraging people to buy shares in energy companies in order to enact change from within rather than protesting from without or disinvesting. And that would include sort of embracing things like low emission per barrel oil or carbon capture technology. And then we had, of course, to address another problem that voters continuously face, which is a lack of accountability. So we broke this into two separate areas. The first is the notion that people should have a right to take corporations to court for green malpractice, and creating a framework for having cases of environmental crimes in the same way that you have cases to do with human rights violations or workers' violations. And then the other half was that people should be allowed to take their government to court for not adequately following environmental legislation or keeping up to their commitments. And we've seen a few cases of this, for example, in the UK, where people have gone to court over air pollution in cities. Then our sort of penultimate point was that there's a need for, of course, there's still a need for a recognition that dialogue is important on the international level, but that any decisions made on international level should be harmonized and achievable. So it's no good setting out obscure objectives with a long time frame, because no one cares what's going to happen in 2050. It needs to be about urgent messaging now, basically saying that we need these solutions implemented on the international level by 2030. And then finally, we talked about solutions for bringing in more young people and how to future-proof policy and on the national level. And we had several suggestions here. One was about setting up or encouraging countries to adopt a similar situation as they do with gender quotas for demographics, so that there could be age quotas for parliamentary candidates. And then the final suggestion was that we have a sort of future-proofing by creating an ombudsman for future generations, as exists in Hungary and Sweden.
But you have comments?
No, those sound like a very eclectic and interesting range of observations. I suppose, a question. I mean, it occurred to me thinking as I was listening to you, Robert, one dilemma with democracy and climate is that sometimes a way to integrate climate more securely into the political debate and into policy making can seem undemocratic. And what I'm thinking of is that the analogy to, let's say, public debt, or yes, particularly public debt, and budgeting. Britain has an Office for Budget Responsibility. Germany has the debt brake. A lot of countries have, as it were, official, unelected but institutional requirements, if you like, that oversee climate. They are therefore undemocratic. Oversee finance. They are undemocratic, but they force that issue up the priority list. I wonder whether you would see a similar, an Office for Climate Responsibility being, or a climate break, or some equivalent. Would that be considered to be an undemocratic decision, or would it be a way to lift up the issue from the public point of view?
Well, I don't think it would be undemocratic in the same way that the Office for Budget Responsibility isn't undemocratic, in the sense that it was created by elected representatives with the consent of the people. There's a lot to be said about institutions that are developed by elected politicians that create accountability for future generations. It then becomes the prerogative of the next government after that, whether they keep it or not. It's very possible that, like in the UK, another government could come in and abolish the Office for Budget Responsibility. So the same could be true for an Office of Climate Responsibility.
Luca, you want to integrate a little bit
Yes, so we spoke a lot about step-by-step solutions and implement policy at local level. And as Francesco said during the working group, it's a good idea to create, experiment new way of democracy. So as Francesco said, experiment. That maybe some types of new democracy couldn't work, but it's very good to try in some way.
Thank you so much. We have some urgent question from Andrea, I suppose.
I have a question because you said that you have to turn the climate policy from being top-down to being more bottom-up. Now, what is typically known from those who have experienced climate policy for many years, that climate mitigation policies cannot be set from the bottom, have to have some top-down direction. However, of course, you have to create the acceptance of the people, and this is the problem. But adaptation policies are typically bottom-up because are local, imply issues regarding, for instance, private properties and things like that. And they are an excellent occasion for involving citizens in climate policy, and involving in the adaptation policy means also instructing and making people aware of the problems and the acceptability of the top-down. So there is this mix. I would say that it can be a successful solution.
Thanks a lot. Do you have a quick reaction to that?
I think one of the other things we talked about was how you would get acceptance for top-down policy, and one of the main things we were talking about was basically adopting nudge policies. This idea that through sort of incentives you can encourage people to adopt certain behavior rather than forcing it on them, so to speak.
So thank you very much, Robert, Leo, and Luca, and everybody in the working group, including myself. And thank you. So I was wondering whether the governor, Fougat, is ready for institutional meetings, and together with the Herbert Dorfman, who is MEP. I don't know. Otherwise, we got to working group 3 on globalization. So let me. Okay. So it's your turn, and also your student mate. Remember the Mattia? So we have Mattia and Cecilia, right? Mattia? He must be somewhere. Okay. Okay, good. So Matteo, it's your turn. Thanks. And let's try to keep it in 10 minutes, possibly, including one question for the floor.
Sounds good. The problem setting is already sort of clearly expressed in the sort of concept draft that you shared, and so I'll be very quick. There we have, and we heard that already, multiple organizations that are siloed at the moment. There is a lack of accountability when it comes to multilateral agreements, and a lack of enforcement, obviously, and the means are sometimes inadequate. What struck me from the discussions we had was the need for speed. And what that implies, we think, is that we should work within existing organizations while new ones are being designed. Existing organizations include the WTO and so on. Need for speed implies that an idea such as carbon clubs, that in the group we prefer to refer to as carbon alliances, are interesting. Also because the border carbon adjustments are compatible with WTO regulations and rules, and so that's something that could sort of propel initiatives at the appropriate speed. Some people have mentioned the notion that we've got to have, at this point, something like a CERN for climate, something that can mobilize energies, can mobilize capital, and can sort of focus efforts on finding climate solutions, with an important point, which is that whatever solutions emerge from such a CERN for climate should be freely usable by all parties. And so that implies a reflection on questions of IP in particular. And to sort of pick up speed, one ingredient would be to scale up public finance. And so there are several proposals. A possible Tobin tax is being discussed anew. There are anti-corruption proposals. I've talked about the trillion treaty that we're envisaged. So finding means to scale up public finance are certainly a way to pick up speed. And the second phase of the discussion we had, I think, involved the method that we should use. And when it comes to method, we should probably try and move away from consensus mechanisms. You, Francesco, suggested that one way to reform the COP would be to have countries form coalitions or delegations so that there are fewer parties effectively involved. And so that can perhaps enhance efficiency in discussions. There is a need for defragmentation, and emergency platforms could sort of be designed so that multiple organizations would come together and focus their efforts at the right scale. We've talked about bottom-up approaches here as well, involving cities, regions. The example of California or Quebec on carbon pricing was mentioned. Also, multilateral organizations such as OPEC could play a role in those discussions, sort of include different levels of representation. Another idea for a bottom-up uptake is to leverage civil society efforts and organizations. You've called that, Maya, the Ottawa process, sort of reminding us of the example of the International Campaign Against Landmines, the International Campaign Against Nuclear Weapons, which successfully brought together a policymaking process with civil society in a way that was effective. So the Ottawa process can be a model for future action. And so that's something that I recall. The role of education was mentioned by many of the people in the group. Education of citizens, education of policymakers and governments. Several people talked about the carrot and the stick, the need for encouragement as well as sort of enforcement and punishment. So this is something that we should always keep in mind. It's old wisdom, but it's wisdom that certainly applies to climate mechanisms. We should consider compensation mechanisms where appropriate. And then in terms of reforming the system, there are several layers of reforms that could be undertaken. Some are more targeted, others are more comprehensive. A technical upgrade of the International Court of Justice is being proposed, and according to experts would sort of change very much the conditions for international agreements and their enforcement. And there are sort of more long-term proposals for a comprehensive UN reform, which will have to be addressed and perhaps is more relevant now than ever. So sort of to wrap up, we feel that there is a need for institutional change on multiple timescales, short, medium, and long, and that all three of them should be undertaken concurrently. So it's not a question of where should we sort of start. We should do those things that have immediate impact, and at the same time we should start preparing for the institutional change that will enable sort of the next century to be effective at solving global issues. So this is how I sort of recall and understand the discussions we had. It was a very broad discussion, and it's difficult to summarize everything, but that's my best attempt. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Matteo. You did a great job. It is a draft, so we will need some more time. Cecilia and Matteo, you wanna integrate something? Also, you wanna very briefly say were you happy or not to be involved into this very chaotic sort of experiment? Very quickly and very briefly.
Well, first of all, I wanna thank you for organizing this really interesting event. It was a really nice opportunity for us students. And I want to thank Maya for letting us join the conversation and the discussion. It was various points, a very interesting point emerged from the discussion. And yeah, I want to underline the topic that we discussed about education, since we are students. And yeah, the role of university is crucial. It's crucial in order to address this issue. And so yeah, I hope we are in the right path. And yeah, that's it.
Are you okay? Thank you so much. So,
may I ask a question?
Yeah.
Or make a comment on the question?
Yeah.
My comment was I very much like the approach that, let me call it, not letting the best be the enemy of the good, making sure, using global institutions in practical ways, and moving a bit away from universalism, which causes such problems. For the manifesto, I think one has to, though, address the elephant in the room, which is the superpower rivalry, the fact that China, India, Russia, the United States are not talking to each other. So do we have a thought about how to persuade China, the United States, Russia, India, to actually take part in this?
Yeah,
and by the same token, we have to think, if we move away from universalism, how do we avoid making that worse by basically, in a way, creating a two-level, totally separate layers of dialogue?
Well, there is a quick solution to the problem that you are talking about, to make China and the USA to talk with each other, which is to make the Dolomite conference bigger, because we are in fact making China and the United States, Chinese people and the American people to talk with each other, together with Indian and many other people from all over the world. Let's, you have a further answer to? Okay. Okay, so Maya wanna.
Later, but yes, there are ways, but let's move on. We have other.
Okay. Yeah. So again, unless we have Governor Fugatti and huh?
Cliff asking, wanting to say something.
Cliff, you wanna say something?
Were you holding your pen? No.
I was holding my pen, but two things on this. I don't think you can talk about globalization. I don't think you can talk about globalization very, very far without having the world together. So, Francesco, your job is that you've got to go from Europe to every country for your next project. That's great. But also, you also need the will of the people. And so I think the connection between the two working groups that we've looked at need that connection.
Thank you very much, Cliff. And again, let me reiterate that we want to make the Dolomite the place where the world gets together, which would be another interesting. The Dolomite together with Milan and probably Venice. We also have Ca' Foscari here. So, do we want to try to do cities, since Gelato Galletto is still here? Gelato Galletto, you want to come quickly with your students, mate? Yeah. And say we... Thank you so much. Okay. Gianluca is a politician, so he's okay. We are waiting for but you go ahead for a second.
Okay.
For your 10 minutes.
All right. So I'll just be quick because we have some guests, institutional guests, that need to come here and respect them. So we had our group on cities, and basically the main questions was, why are cities performing differently in terms of waste management, energy, anything that relates to impact on climate change, and a couple of other questions also on is there anything that we can do for maybe to give them a more formal role in the decision-making processes, and these were the main questions. So we had the group with myself and former mayor of New York, Bill de Blasio, and mayor of Bergamo, Giorgio Gori, Barbara, where's Barbara?
Barbara is gone, but
okay.
She's Barbara Burns.
Barbara Burns, yeah, she's the deputy director of the Central Bank of Austria. And then we had this beautiful, and I mean beautiful in the sense, very, very good, very good interns, or how would I call you, interns, no? Students. Yeah, but you were interning here, I think, anyway, students. And they were very helpful. Without them, I would have been like, they did a lot of work, took a lot of notes, so I want to hear what they thought. And so let's be very quick. I need just to go fast, and I need this because so the problem is this. The cities are, basically people are living in cities now, and the cities are growing. More than 50% of the population, and 80% of GDP is produced in the cities, more or less, and 80% of the emissions and greenhouse gases are produced in the cities. So they're basically, they represent most of the problem, and also they can provide most of the solutions, we think. In 2050, the population, we're going to go to 75, the population living in cities will be 75% of the total. So what are the metrics, we identified 3 main dimensions by which to define it as smart and sustainable cities, moving away from the usual, which has already changed, but the usual concept of smart city, which was mostly based on the use of data, Internet of Things, so basically automation and digitalization of municipal services to manage traffic, etc. Those are really good and extremely useful, but they're pure instruments. And the critical element in a city is the people who live in the city. So with a people-centric approach, these are the dimensions. One is safety and security, which is safety, personal safety, safety in terms of health, and so pollution, emissions are bad for your health, they kill you. And then it says economic security. The other one is accessibility. And accessibility is both physical, how do you enjoy whatever the city offers, and there are examples of segregated cities for a variety of reasons, and I mentioned that one of the most inspiring example for me over this years working in cities was Medellin in Colombia, because it was considered the capital of violence in the world in the 90s, and it changed dramatically. And one of the things that they did was actually create better access for people from poorer areas into the center. And then ways to move them around with cable cars, etc. So accessibility to culture, also entertainment, live, work, play. And in this case, I think the concept of the 15-minute city is very, very interesting, and it's being trying to be applied almost everywhere with different success, but Paris is very engaged in this. Finally, inclusion and diversity. And inclusion means housing, because everybody needs to have a roof on their head. That's the most basic need with eating. Inclusion because you want to have a city that's affordable and provides opportunities for everyone. Then all the rest, all this technology and energy, we go into that, but those are instruments. If you have the best technology in any particular field, but the people, they're like half of the population is living in poverty, or it's just, it's useless. I don't think the point is there. Though why cities, we gave this answers, so I gave some recommendations. First of all, we have to, I think the most critical one, I think what the main take for everyone was, I don't know if you agree, with the enhancing the subsidiarity principle, which means basically giving cities or urban settings way more power together with more responsibility and accountability. So far, they're not well empowered. And because we believe that especially at the local level is where you really can solve the problems. There's much less room from demagoguery. And so I think that's a critical proposal to make, because also every country has different settings. For example, in New York, you can do a wide variety of things, but in Rome, you cannot. Or in, I don't know, in Frankfurt, or even in Paris. Waste management. I think we had a couple of two main principles there. First of all, it's extremely important to take a multidisciplinary and multi-agency approach in the municipality. And so one of the big component of waste management is consumption of food. And so in many in cities, they're creating like Milan did, and New York is too, and other cities similar. They have a food policy director, somebody like in the administration that reports probably directly to the mayor, who has the responsibility to implement initiatives, but coordinating other agencies, because it includes the use of collection. It includes the way the people use the trash, they use the waste, they differentiate or they don't differentiate, the way the markets they package and how they deliver the food. And then using incentives, I mean, this is already done, but I think we have good and interesting examples for a mix of incentives as fines. And I give two examples. One is, actually give you two. I already gave you one, which is the municipality of Milan that established this dedicated office for food policy. Bergamo's initiative is very interesting. They started something called pay as you waste, or they say pay as you throw, but I think it doesn't sound strange in English, but that pay as you throw. So basically, the less you waste in indifferentiated trash and waste, the less you pay. And so it is a good way. Then, what about recognizing the former status of cities as parts of the global European decision-making process? Yes, there's a clear yes. We said it before. They have to give some formal status, some real power, both nationally and EU-wide. There's some example like building Europe with local councillors, which Barbara mentioned, and it's basically a European network of locally elected officials that can communicate directly with the EU. But the point is that if they communicate and their communication goes nowhere, it's useless. They have to have some power to bite, at least some mandatory advice to say, like, you have to first take the recommendation of this entity before you make a decision, a regulatory decision. Land use is actually what the cities can still do, even this one with little power. And as I have an example from Bergamo, which is, it's very interesting. They're trying to regenerate urban areas where the industrial plants that were abandoned. And the way they're doing it, because they're also green spaces, they won't allow to build, but in order not to build on the brown field instead of the green field, they're quadrupling the taxes, the construction taxes, things like that, for those who want to build in the green spaces, and lowering by 80% for those who want to build in brown spaces. So Bergamo is a small city of like 120,000 people, but very interesting, and seems very resourceful and innovative. Finally, we're done. To create resource-efficient electrification, talking about climate change, cities and buildings are responsible, the buildings are responsible for something between 45 and 55% of greenhouse gases emissions. In New York, we have 70%, so there's a big effort being done there with very strict laws now. So one thing that creates that, it's the way heat and cooling are created and sourced and distributed. So one thing is going to change and may change is the use of thermal networks, district heating, so you can recapture heat from other sources. There's a lot of heat waste that we produce. And in this case, Scandinavia is really one of the best practice. Copenhagen is a network of 13,000 kilometers of heat networks. Basically, you as a building and as an industrial plant, you are both the consumer and a producer of heat, because what you have in excess gets put in the network. Bergamo has one. Believe it or not, Bergamo has one, and Brescia too. Last but not least, we need to create, the investment. How do you fund this? We need the market-based approach, but the government is essential, because without policy, without a mix of fines and also bans and incentives and some catalytic investments, it's not going to happen on a scale. Innovation ecosystems, you have to try to build that and connect it with the rest of the other parts, even if you're a small town, because it makes you, it's an engine of ideas.
Great, Gianluca. Gianluca. Yeah, exactly. I know, but you got all the time, you know, as usual. Gianluca is like that. But you know, Vesela, you, Lisa, and Oliva, do you want to add something, to change something, to dissent with your working group leader? You want say something. Briefly, because we.
Doesn't give me a run a show, so I don't know what to do. And I have to improvise.
I think that I really agree with what we wrote. What I think was very interesting during this working group was the ability to listen to a conversation between the mayor of New York and the mayor of Bergamo. So New York, such a big city, and Bergamo, a bit smaller in terms of size and inhabitants. But what we realized during this conversation was that these two mayors today are facing very similar issues and challenges. And what's different is the context in which they're trying to improve the issues. And we would think that the mayor of a smaller city would be able to fix issues with way more freedom and flexibility. But we came to realize that it's actually not the case, and that's when the principle of subsidiarity comes. Yes, we really believe in the fact that local problem should be fixed at the local level.
Yeah, I just want to add something that I felt really powerful. It was the mayor of Bergamo and Bill de Blasio agreeing on the fact that the size of the city doesn't count regarding innovation and solutions, and the fact that even a big city like New York can learn and can innovate and find solutions, taking examples on smaller cities. And that's promising for the future.
And maybe also that many people have the same problems, but for example, the mayor of Bergamo shared his experience about the waste management, and nobody knew that before. It was surprising. So they're best practices, they're good solutions, but maybe there should be more room to talk about them and to share knowledge, because other people have the same problems, but something that works should be spread.
Thank you so much. You want to say where you're from, briefly?
I'm from Bulgaria.
France as well.
So thank you very much, and now let's welcome. Yeah, thank you so much. Let's welcome Maurizio Fugatti, governor of the province of Trentino, and Herbert Dorfman, who is MEP of the European Parliament. No, 2 minutes. We still have 2 minutes. Let me ask Alessandro to possibly come, our co-chair, so that we do not have a all-men sort of panel here. If they are not, if our okay, good. If our guests are not ready, okay, they are ready. Okay, good. So let's welcome to. Yeah. Okay, you do. Okay. So let's have Governor Fugatti on stage. You wanna? Vuole venire? Okay. Okay. Grazie. Grazie. Ok. Grazie mille.
Bene, buongiorno, grazie per l'invito innanzitutto e grazie per avermi fatto intervenire prontamente, diciamo, a freddo. Però mi scuso per il ritardo perché dovevo essere presente prima, però purtroppo altri impegni istituzionali che riguardano questa mattinata e che riguardano anche il post convegno erano importanti. Era importante la presenza, però ci tenevo ad esserci. Saluto tutti i relatori, saluto anche le autorità istituzionali presenti. È anche un orgoglio che Trento e il Trentino possa ospitare un'iniziativa di questo tipo, un convegno di questo tipo con relatori importanti a livello internazionale per una tematica che è sicuramente attuale, che riguarda l'internazionalità, diciamo, riguarda il nostro pianeta, però riguarda anche i nostri territori. Riguarda i nostri territori per l'attenzione che dobbiamo avere su queste tematiche e anche per le progettualità che vogliamo e dobbiamo mettere in campo. E Trento e Trentino insieme all'Alto Adige, e saluto l'onorevole Dorfman, hanno progetti di livello locale e di livello regionale, ma anche di livello nazionale, che sono al centro di tematiche di questo tipo. Pensiamo in primis al nuovo corridoio green che vogliamo costruire con Autostrada del Brennero, che qualora la concessione dovesse andare in porto, e tutti stiamo lavorando per questo, e sarebbe il primo corridoio green europeo. Saluto l'amministratore delegato Cattoni che è qui presente. Sarebbe il primo corridoio green europeo fatto da territori, perché sono i territori che stanno lavorando a questo progetto, partendo dal Brennero ed arrivando fino a Modena, e questo è un progetto sicuramente innovativo in questo fronte. Dopodiché siamo a Trento e in queste settimane abbiamo lavorato insieme all'amministrazione comunale sul tema della circonvallazione ferroviaria di Trento, cioè riuscire a spostare all'interno di quel grande progetto, che è un progetto europeo, che è il tunnel del Brennero, riuscire anche a Trento a continuare il percorso di spostamento delle merci dalla strada alla rotaia. E quindi il tema della circonvallazione, che è un tema attuale qui a Trento, siamo anche in una fase avanzata della progettazione, va in questa direzione con i fondi del PNRR che provengono dalle decisioni del governo nazionale, che riguardano oggi Trento città, stanno riguardando l'Alto Adige, ma riguarderanno anche altre parti del Trentino negli anni a venire. Penso ai progetti che abbiamo in corso sulle tematiche ferroviarie, di progetti trentini di questo tipo, l'elettrificazione della Valsugana, questo progetto che sta studiando RFI, che è il collegamento ferroviario da Rovereto a Riva del Garda, per cui una persona potrà salire sul treno a Monaco e scendere a Riva. Questo sarebbe, qualora si riuscisse a portare a casa anche con il governo nazionale la trattativa per le risorse, un forte progetto di sostenibilità e di innovazione. Ecco, quindi credo che riuscire ad avere a Trento oggi un convegno di questo tipo sia importante sotto l'aspetto sicuramente della vocazione internazionale delle vostre istanze, ma dall'altro anche per un forte legame con i progetti che il nostro territorio sta portando avanti. Grazie.
Grazie mille. Grazie mille. Benvenuto all'onorevole Dorfman. A proposito della conferenza, non è un convegno, è una conferenza che sta cercando di mettere Dolomiti al centro sta creando l'idea è quella di creare un luogo dove si incontrano anche gli Stati Uniti e la Cina, quindi no, questa è un po' l'idea. Peraltro saluto anche l'amministratore delegato di AXA, Gigantiello. Le do la parola. Subito dopo avremo il report del gruppo che sta lavorando all'interno della conferenza sulla questione dell'energia, politica energetica, quindi anche questione Russia, quindi credo che sia piuttosto importante per entrambi. Grazie.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. Buongiorno a tutti.
È un piacere, grazie per questo invito, è veramente un piacere essere qui per me, perché io penso che il momento di questa conferenza non potrebbe essere più appropriato. Siamo a pochi giorni dalla conferenza sul clima a Sharm el-Sheikh. Lo stesso lavoro che avete fatto voi in questi giorni lo abbiamo fatto anche noi questa settimana in Parlamento europeo. Abbiamo deliberato una risoluzione che vuole essere la posizione del Parlamento europeo, dell'Unione europea, quando andremo nei prossimi giorni a Sharm el-Sheikh a presentare le nostre istanze in questa conferenza importantissima. Però siamo, penso, anche in un momento molto particolare. Abbiamo forse vissuto più che prima, purtroppo, quest'estate gli effetti del cambiamento climatico, che ormai è sotto l'occhio di tutti. Abbiamo dietro di noi una estate siccitosa, estremamente calda, dove tutti cominciano a capire, a sentire sulla propria pelle gli effetti che il cambiamento climatico può avere. Però siamo anche in un tempo di guerra, purtroppo, e io penso che questa guerra, oltre tante altre cose, ci insegna anche ci dà due insegnamenti politici. Prima di tutto ci fa vedere quanto siamo tuttora dipendenti da carburanti fossili e quanto, diciamo, la mancanza di un fornitore importante, quando si va a vedere carburanti fossili, quanto questa mancanza ha riflessi sulla nostra economia, sul nostro portafoglio, anche sulla situazione politica, perché se non riusciamo questo inverno a contenere il prezzo dell'energia, questo avrà certamente riflessi politici. La gente andrà sulla strada perché non ce la fa più. E lo stesso per la situazione a livello dell'alimentazione. Abbiamo perso per mesi un fornitore importante di prodotti alimentari, vediamo quanto i prezzi sono schizzati alle stelle. E questo fa vedere che tutto questo cambiamento che è necessario, tutti sappiamo che è necessario andare verso un mondo con meno carburanti fossili, con catene alimentari più corte, quanto questo processo deve essere dinamico, deve essere accompagnato affinché non crea un problema politico che poi non è più gestibile. Io personalmente penso che l'Unione Europea abbia fatto passi da gigante. Oggi l'Unione Europea è uno dei leader mondiali degli esempi mondiali quando si tratta, diciamo, di cambiamento climatico. Abbiamo deliberato la legge sul clima, abbiamo obiettivi chiari, vogliamo essere neutri per quanto riguarda il cambiamento climatico nel 2050, vogliamo diminuire l'emissione del 55% fino al 2030, stiamo trasformando questa questa legge, perché ormai non è più un obiettivo, è una legge, stiamo trasformando in Parlamento questo obiettivo in legge. E lì chiaramente diventa più difficile, perché lì bisogna prendere decisioni concrete, uscire dal motore a combustione, cambiare i sistemi agricoli, innovare il sistema ITS e così via. Ne avrete sicuramente parlato in questi giorni qui. Io personalmente qui sono d'accordissimo con quello che ha detto il governatore Fogatti. Io penso che l'obiettivo globale europeo deve essere portato a livello locale, perché solo così funzionerà. Stiamo parlando in questo momento a livello europeo di Repower EU, di come ripensare il rifornimento energetico dell'Unione Europea. Secondo me sarebbe bello parlare di Repower Trentino, di Repower Alto Adige, di pensare a livello locale come faccio domani senza energia fossile, come faccio con un sistema energetico nuovo, e questo secondo me è una grande sfida locale dove noi qui abbiamo due vantaggi importantissimi. Abbiamo sotto il livello governativo un'autonomia forte, quindi possiamo decidere, cioè il governatore ha molto più potere decisionale di quanto hanno altri colleghi di altre zone in Italia e in Europa, e questo è un grande vantaggio quando si tratta di gestire un territorio.
E abbiamo chiaramente anche, dato la conformazione di questa regione, una possibilità di produrre energia, soprattutto energia idroelettrica. E io quindi vorrei concludere così. Io penso che dobbiamo vedere sia a Sharm el-Sheikh la sfida globale, dobbiamo lavorare a livello europeo, anche noi a Strasburgo e a Bruxelles, per un obiettivo europeo, che poi però, se vuole avere, diciamo, successo, deve essere portato a livello locale con progetti, idee concreti che poi contribuiscono a raggiungere l'obiettivo mondiale. Grazie.
Grazie mille a entrambi. Passiamo al working group sull'energia, anche sulla guerra. Tra l'altro anche noi saremo a Sharm el-Sheikh e sottolineo che anche noi abbiamo come approccio quello molto di puntare a delle idee che siano molto concrete, molto pragmatiche. Giovanni e Loran ci hanno dato una mano gli studenti della Master in Transformative Sustainability di Bocconi Polimi, a cui poi daremo la parola per la sessione successiva, e con Alexandra, che ha fatto da chair del working group, hanno immaginato delle idee per risolvere la crisi energetica dei prossimi mesi e riuscire a mettere insieme sia la necessità di non spegnere i termosifoni completamente e di ottenere quei risultati di Green Deal di cui si parlava prima, no, di riduzione del 55% entro il 2030 delle emissioni. Prego, vai tu, introduci.
Yes, thank you so much for being here, for listening, and I would like to particularly thank everyone who participated in this really lively and insightful discussion on the energy transition, because it was called the energy dilemma, but there were actually voices that said that we don't really have that much of a dilemma any longer, which is kind of helpful. So thank you everyone who contributed. Yeah, energy emissions account for 2/3 of the greenhouse gas emissions currently, so it's actually the biggest chunk, and even though it's sort of, and some of the issues we discussed obviously tied in with what we already heard, the globalization issue, a public participation issue, and in the city group also the consumption. On the consumption side, obviously energy consumption is a big thing, and big cities are a big contributor to energy emissions. So it's not to be looked at separately from everything else. Yeah, we discussed, or we learned, that it's no longer in a dilemma in the traditional, the energy dilemma is no longer a dilemma in the traditional economic sense, because the cost of actually climate action, taking action now, is lower than the benefits that arise of taking action. And to avoid the damages of inaction, we heard a lot about the security, insurance, financial discussions around that. Nevertheless, there is a political economy dilemma, because obviously costs and benefits are unequally distributed. So there are different costs to different actors, and also in particular the short and long-term effects, and obviously policy making is often very short-term, because yeah, for political reasons, short-term actors profit, some actors profit, or the losses for particular actors are particularly high. Yeah, what the interesting input that we got is also that it's actually there is an energy trilemma, because there's always trade-offs between affordability of energy, energy security, and energy security, affordability, and please help me out. What was the third one? Sorry, I forgot.
It's energy security, pollution, and economic growth.
Exactly, the pollution part of it. Yeah, the economic growth part
is actually something that has been decoupled and we learned that right at the beginning of the conference. In developed economies, it's still not decoupled in developing economies. So there is a big challenge of solving that dilemma to basically help developing economies to just leapfrog across certain polluting technologies or certain high energy consumption technologies towards more decentralized and renewable energy solutions. So we have actually European leadership in lots of it, the transition to renewables, but we need to make sure that everyone is in the same boat, and we need to collaborate a lot more, finding solutions that, because the high contributors should particularly help those who are still in a growth period to really transition to renewables with less greenhouse gas emissions. So we had now about the solutions, which is supposed to be the main part of what we discussed. We divided our solutions in 3 categories: regulations, incentives, and coordination, collaboration. I have to add that we were not always on the same page. Not all the participants in the group were on the same page with every solution, which is obviously very, very natural. So we had some conflicts, but yeah, let's sum up what we came up with concerning regulations. A lot what we discussed about is expanding carbon taxes across the globe, because the real costs of energy emissions, greenhouse gas, CO2 emissions, whatever, should be reflected in all kinds of production and consumption habits. And then there was also the suggestion because we recognize that certain parties now profit from the current system, which is actually the reason behind many geopolitical conflicts. And we need to find a way to at least help some of these major actors to shift into new ways of solving our energy problems. So there was one suggestion to enable the purchase of strategic energy companies by state governments with the mandate of transitioning quickly to renewables and green operations, even though we also said this should happen without rewarding those who have been failing to innovate until this point and just waiting for something like that to happen. So that needs to be carefully crafted. Concerning incentives and innovation, we suggested incentive schemes for the manufacturing of technological innovation, like startups, for the use of materials that minimize the risk of geopolitical issues and all kinds of innovation. Also incentivize for energy efficiency, because you can't only look at the production side, you also have to look at the consumption side. An interesting suggestion was also to look at the first-of-a-kind projects, like the best-in-class solutions, and really mandate that the best-in-class solutions are incentivized, that they are adopted by everyone. Yeah, tax incentive to impact funds. We learned a lot about the finance system, impact funds yesterday, so that actually the transition happens faster. And incentivize utility companies to become providers of services of green energy solutions, because obviously the current power players are really they have a lot to lose, and to make it attractive for them to shift is really important. And then last but not least, concerning our last part is really coordination, collaboration. Everyone needs to collaborate on long-term storage solutions, on the transfers of excess renewable energy, and the transfer of energy throughout Europe, and ideally throughout across all kinds of regions, also to help the production of synthetic fuels, which might be needed for the decarbonization of sectors that have a hard time to adapt, like aviation and shipping. That was my take on that. What did I forget?
Thank you, Alexandra. I think you did a very comprehensive resume of what we talked about. Maybe to add a few things, I found it very insightful and interesting with the many experts in our group. that we often talk about the need for the right energy mix, but not very often we talk about the need for the right mix of energy storage systems. And so that will be key in the next years to know how long will it take us to gain a sufficient amount of this asset. And also, we need to add industrial policy to the equation, so how much of the new technology is produced locally, also, you know, to use materials that are safer from a geopolitics point of view. And yeah, how do we support the value chains of new technology creation? So we came up with solution, we tried as much as possible, but we are also left inevitably with new questions. And I'll pass it on to Giovanni.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to highlight how this particular dilemma, so the energy dilemma, touches all the working groups that we focus so far. So it touches globalization, democracy, and cities as well. So talking about coordination, it would be key to coordinate our solutions with all the working groups that we analyzed so far. Thank you.
It was a great work, and yes, we need now to coordinate, to merge this contribution into a manifesto of the Dolomite Manifesto. So, Bill, what is your take, just to conclude?
Well, it is hard to summarize, to have an overall take on those issues. I think maybe what I would say is that we should always remember that ultimately the reason why there should be no literally energy dilemma, I mean economic and energy dilemma, is because the goal should be cheap energy. It can be cheap and green energy. And the fact is that energy from the sun, energy from wind, energy from water is there, and our goal is to make it as cheap as possible. I almost said dirt cheap, but that's wrong, clean cheap. And the end goal is to set the incentives, particularly for technological innovation, but also for installed infrastructure investment to achieve that ultra-cheap energy goal. And that we won't eliminate poverty in this world unless energy is cheap again. So that the immediate dilemma has been that using carbon taxes to bring in the externalities of pollution and climate change into the price is a strategy to make energy expensive, which is why the Gilets jaunes phenomenon exists. And actually, or at least expensive for some people. It's the winners and losers question that Alexandra rightly emphasized. But having as the long distance goal that actually energy should be cheap, but green cheap, I think is something that we have to keep in mind. That's the gold at the end of the rainbow, as my Irish friends would call it, with a leprechaun collecting it. And we should not think that energy should be expensive. Actually, the transition is to a new form of cheap energy, which includes especially those storage systems, efficiency, ultra brilliant grids, and so forth.
Great. Do we have any very urgent question to the working group from the floor? Is there anything? It is good that we don't have other questions because we are running slightly late, and we are going quickly to the next plenary session with Ca' Foscari, Polimi, and Bocconi. By the way, let me also tell you that next year we will certainly, because we will have a Dolomite conference next year, we are even envisaging the dates with Diego and Giacomo, I hope. And next year we will also have University of Trento very much, and which is a great university, especially on new economic thinking, let's say. And hopefully University of Bolzano. I also happen to be, I was in the Consiglio di Amministrazione of the University of Bolzano, so I trust that they will also be, well, they have been part of this conference with Professor Tagliavini, so we are more or less stretching the scope of our academic reach to Milano, Venice, and in the middle the Dolomite area. Let's call it. I prefer to call it that way. Having said that, we are also sort of choosing the 5 most concrete ideas that were produced by the working groups and by the plenary to convince Honorable our MEP Hartmann that we are being concrete, pragmatic, and also about something which can be activated in the short term. So this is not exactly an academic conference, although we still have a number of academics. And without further hesitation, let me pass the floor to Charmini, Pieres, and to the holy grail of pluridisciplinarity with Polimi, Bocconi, and Ca' And at 12, we will have the last plenary session with Giacomo on how to end the zero-sum game. Charmini. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Shall we get started? So in the age of specialization, and I say that because these days you cannot even go to a doctor and say, you know, you have a headache or a stomach ache without being referred to a specialist. and particularly true in many other disciplines of science and technology and so forth as well. So here we are gathered to really discuss the importance of being pluridisciplinary. And of course, we have some very well-endowed professors here to discuss that, given that there's a real collaboration here from students from the various universities that they represent. And Francesco just also said that, you know, next year we will deal with the Trento University as well, and the importance of new economic thinking. And in that light, I actually represent the Institute for New Economic Thinking, which is based in New York City. So with that, let me just start by posing a question to all of our panelists, and that is the importance of being pluridisciplinary in the age of specialization, and what this program that you have brought together here represents in solving the sustainability and the crises we are facing in terms of global climate change. And Carlo, let me start with you.
Okay, I was double checking how much time we have, because we are touching such challenging issues that it's not so easy, as you know, to say something meaningful in a few minutes. Anyway, well, first of all, it's interesting to know that pluridisciplinarity exists, because I was more familiar with multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, so it would be interesting to know where we should place in this continuum of moving from really disciplinary approaches towards something that integrates different disciplines. Okay, so having said that, I think that all of our universities are investing in a direction to bridge these barriers in between disciplines in different ways, and we have programs that go in that direction, and I would maybe subdivide the issue into two parts. One is still within the academia. One is research and one is teaching. They are two quite different contexts. So I will have, if I will have time, maybe I can further develop on this. But I think your question is more related to teaching and how we try to let our students to be able to bridge these gaps in between disciplines. First of all, let me say that I think we need competent persons. So we need really our students to develop competencies that they can use in the job market. And we know very well that they have a need to communicate each other. So this, I think, is really the issue. I'm not particularly convinced about the need to have university courses that are aimed at providing the job market with people knowing everything. I don't think this is a good idea. It's too difficult, if not impossible. So we need to have competent people with well-grounded in some disciplines, but with the capabilities to communicate each other. And this is probably, at least in my opinion, the vast majority, should be the vast majority of the people we train in our universities. Then, indeed, we need somebody specifically competent in interdisciplinary communication or the plurality of the on management this, but probably they shouldn't be too many, but they would be really extremely useful to facilitate these dialogues in between these various disciplines. But we do not have to lose these strong competent people in some disciplines. We know that communication is difficult. If I have an opportunity, maybe I will make an example later about these communication issues. But yeah, that's more or less what I think. For example, at Ca' Foscari, we have established since a couple of years a master's degree in environmental humanities. So this is a new stream of studies. More or less, in a very few words, we say that environmental challenges are so big that we need also the involvement of humanities in order to approach them and solve them. So it's just one of the many ways we can go for contributing to solving the problems that we are discussing these 3 days. But I know that colleagues have other initiatives in this direction.
Raffaella, let me go to you. Raffaella Caglioni is the co-director of the Transformative Sustainability Program at University of Polytechnic in Milano. And so welcome, and your comments on the same question.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me just start from the title of the session, and so then the meaning of the program that we put together with Bocconi University. I like this play on the word because I think that multidisciplinary, pluridisciplinary are different things, and I like the transdisciplinary perspective because I think that the real issue with, well, climate change, but then all the sustainability problem more in general, is different from previous complex problems. Complex problems need multidisciplines to work together to solve the different aspects of complexity. But while we move to climate change and sustainability, we don't have only a complex problem, we have a wicked problem. And wicked problem is a problem that is very ill-defined. There are no right or wrong solutions. The solution continuously change because the system continuously change, and so on and so forth. There are a lot of this definition of what is a wicked problem. So having a wicked problem means that you don't just need to have different disciplines working together, but you also need to delve into the interdependencies among these different disciplines. So this is the real challenge, both, I agree, for research and for teaching when we talk about universities. And so I think that still the goal of universities is to work on 3 levels. The first level is still working on specialists, because specialists are still needed. And what is important that for climate change, we don't just need technology specialists. That's one dimension. We need to have natural science specialists. We need to have social science specialists. So if you want, the specialization areas are really broad, and we still need them, but probably they are not the one that solve the problem at the first place. The first challenge is to have specialists that have a broader view of the problems. So that's the first point. And the second point is specialists need to be even more aware of the problems. So, for example, on this second point, what we are doing at Politecnico di Milano is to try to include in every single course of our university some understanding about the challenges related to sustainability, so that, okay, you are a specialist, but you understand what is the problem, what are the problems that you are going to contribute to solve. And the third level is to build some boundary spanners, that are those people that are able to really help specialists to talk to each other and to try to come up with a broader view of the problem, and so to help the specialists to put together the different solutions to find a path. And I think that the program that we designed together with Bocconi answer a little bit this idea of creating boundary spanners. So I don't know if the students that are here, they feel themselves boundary spanners. But the idea is really that, so this program, Transformative Sustainability, is a program where we thought we need to put together some relevant aspects of the knowledge. On the one hand, all the economics and management for sustainability, that is really the basic to understand what does it mean to manage a company in the view of being more sustainable. The second part, of course, is technology, because if I want to manage a company in view of sustainability, I need technologies. I need to understand the technologies that can be used. Of course, there will not be specialists about those technologies, but they will understand what is the potential of technology. And the third leg, if you want, is what puts together the two things. That is the leg of innovation and the strategy of putting together different specialization to help, well, in this case, companies, but probably also governments. So also the look at the policy, it will be there to try to solve the problem. So this is a little bit the idea behind the master. So it's really boundary spanning profiles.
Right. We're on to you, Francesco Perini. He's the co-director of the MSc, in transformative sustainability, professor at Bocconi University and a collaborator with Raffaella. So welcome, and perhaps the same question to you.
Yes, thank you. I will use the previous words of Raffaella, so I try to go ahead talking about the role of pluridisciplinarity or multidisciplinarity that now is inspired by complexity, because I think that now we are living in an era much more complex than before. This is the present and overall the future of the new research and teaching. In fact, the title of our session is The Holy Grail of Pluridisciplinarity, the New Research and Teaching Bet. If I think about the decision-making process in the new millennial, I think that it has not been a simple task so far, from the attack of the Twin Towers on September 11 in 2001, with the consequent wave of terrorism that led to the war in Afghanistan, or to the subprime crisis in 2008, and then the sovereign debt crisis in 2011, the recent global coronavirus pandemic, and so on, up to the ongoing war in Ukraine. The macro context in which decision makers work has been constantly subject to shocks that essentially reset to zero our ability to foresee economic and geopolitical scenario. Even the most important global think tanks, which live on forecasts, struggle to grasp what will occur in the imminent future. In this, paradoxically, is despite the fact that the modern world of politics, economics, and finance compels us to plan our action in the medium to long term. But apart from the macro decision-making framework, the world has also become more complicated at the micro level. So our institution, whether companies, profit or non-profit, government institutes, or NGOs, and so on, have improved by leveraging capabilities that were unimaginable a few years ago. This complexity demands a big effort of immersion to comprehend it and deal with optimally within a specific context. So the solution is found, as in a policy investigation, by connecting the dots. You have to search, compare, challenge your own view, and when the time is right, find the courage and strength to decide. I think now in Western Europe in particular are too much rationally, the Cartesian rationality that we have, particularly in the Western mode of thinking, have inherited leads us to seek almost by instinct links of cause and effect between action. So if you transport this in a sort of openness to both environmental and social sustainability, we have to think that the environment and the society represent the dominant components of a sustainable capitalism that can help us face the complexity of the current context. So talking about pluridisciplinarity is fundamental to talk about complexity. I would like to spend a few words only about this that I defined before, openness to sustainability. In fact, complexity today must be read and interpreted from the viewpoint of environmental and social sustainability. We are recognized as a pillar of the sustainable capitalism that society requires today. The ESG principles applied to an academic institution like Bocconi, Politecnico, Venice University, and so on, is very important and represent a field of study sustainability reach, research, teaching, and dissemination of knowledge, and is also a terrain on which to apply best practices and behavior on both the individual level and community level. As an example, again, a distinct feature in these years has been the opening to international partners and Italian partners of our university, so as to strengthen the model of research and higher education at a European level. So the first natural partners were other universities are in Milan, each excelling in their own field of study, different from our field of study. Bocconi is a business school, management, economics, finance, and law, let me say. After a constructive dialogue with Politecnico di Milano has brought about the establishment of two innovative and multidisciplinarity or pluridisciplinarity masters of science, one in cyber risk strategy and governance established in 2019, and the new Master of Science in Transformative Sustainability in this academic year that we, Rafael and I, have the honor to direct it. So in this scenario, I think that universities are on the street of pluridisciplinarity, and now I would like to spend a couple of minutes on our conference more in general. The title is the first Dolomite conference on the global governance of climate change, addresses the role, according to my point of view, the role of sustainability-focused firms, sustainable finance, governance and society in general to eradicate global warming, let me say. So I think that we are in a sort of, let me say, dilemma. Maybe in the previous panel they used a lot of time dilemma, and I was thinking about the sustainability dilemma that we are living now, a sort of prisoner dilemma. The prisoner dilemma in this case described the current situation of the transition of a more sustainable economy. The different prisoners, according to my opinion, are states, government, industry, businesses, companies, and the financial systems. The different prisoners seem to pursue the least damage to them, which is not the least damage for the whole community. If we would win this bet, that's the word in our title of our session, I think it's time to act with solution that we have figured out in this conference, and to going ahead the prisoner dilemma, we have to work all together, government, sovereign national organization, NGOs, companies, and so on. So all together now. If not now, when? I think this is the message to COP27 on the road of Sharm el-Sheikh conference next November. So Francesco, we are in your hand. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Carlo Giapponi, Professor of Environmental Economics at the Department of Economics at Sar Pescara University in Venice. I said that because I hadn't introduced you when you first spoke, but Carlo, Francesco just explained the complexity we are dealing with when it comes to sustainability and navigating the solutions to sustainability. And it is a topic where everyone has to step up scientist, chemist, economist, environmentalist, civil society. I come from a discipline myself, which from social and political thought department at York University, where I did my graduate studies, where we actually starts with the classics, the principles, the philosophies. That is our first couple of years of study, and then we approach the other disciplines of socio-political as well. And one of the things that I find very interesting these days is while we like to talk about democracy and governance, often politics has become a bad word. To the extent that politics has become so polarized. Politics is a very important part of the solution where civic engagement, democracy all depend on. So I'm wondering whether in the way you approach teaching, whether this pluridisciplinary approach should also include those components.
Well, again, very articulated questions requiring probably some time to answer in a decent way, so I will simply provide a few thoughts. We have as in any case, but in particular when we are dealing with climate change, we necessarily work at multiple levels, okay? Multiple levels, multiple scales. My field of research is particularly in geographic analysis, for example, so I am familiar with spatial scales. Right. But climate change is inherently a time problem, right? And this time scale is probably the main problem, the biggest problem we have when dealing with politics. Because we know that the time scale of interest for politicians is very short. And by evidence, climate change is not relevant for them. It's not relevant for them, of course, if they adopt an approach that is based on their specific term of 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, right? So a rational politician should not care about climate change if we want to be provocative, okay? So, of course, we are dealing with this problem, and we have to find solutions for these problems. Then we have our own opinions, and again, I would like just to provide some necessarily simplistic thoughts, okay? So one little thinking is that if we keep waiting for politicians to change completely and dramatic their approach, their objectives, and forget about being rational, meaning thinking long term, okay, maybe we can also look at other strategies, and in particular, look at the role that is played by other players, okay? Of course, citizens, indeed, but also a combination of citizens and business, okay? Which is actually where we are focusing in our current studies. Not to say that we simply don't care or do not trust politicians, but we realize the problem that I mentioned before. So having realized that, we have to look at parallel, alternative, not necessarily alternative, but complementary solutions. And in my opinion, it's quite a good idea to invest on the relationship between citizens and business, okay? Citizens as consumers, okay? And of course, the business as producing services and goods, okay? So in that sense, we are, and here we can be probably more optimistic than when we look at the political side, we are in fact seeing many strong signs of big multinational but also smaller companies to take more and more care of these issues of climate change and sustainability and so on. So the more citizens are looking for goods and services that do have some sort of label concerning sustainability, concerning low impact, concerning being neutral or positive about climate change, we should expect a response from companies to provide those goods, okay? So this is an avenue that I think we have to explore more and more, and we have to facilitate this. A big issue here is greenwashing, of course, as we know very well. So there is quite a lot of work that should be done, for example, in standards, because we have too many standards, we have too many systems for certifying things, and eventually we certify nothing probably, okay? So this is indeed a very important avenue. But another important interface that we have, in which I think research has to invest a lot, is on really, how to say, bringing down from a very large and faraway scale of global and climate issues in particular, and bringing down somehow, downscaling them to reality, okay? So this is something, again, which we are working quite a bit, which is actually extracting what we know from climate change sciences and making it available to the business in practice, which means, first of all, analyzing risks. We know that green finance and climate finance is becoming more and more relevant. Why? Because, and again, I'm oversimplifying things, because when you go to the bank asking for supporting your investments, the more and more banks ask you to certify somehow that your investments are not at climate risk. And how to provide this sort of certification? Well, we need science here, indeed. And we need to extract what we know from climate change and put it in a language, in some sort of circumstances, or in some way that it becomes immediately useful for our companies and, of course, always for our citizens, for us as citizens, okay? But this is really another crucial and very important way to make climate change issues not to be something perceived as far away from me in time and space, but to become something that really affects our daily decisions and, for example, our investments.
Good answer, given I put you on the spot in terms of the complexity we are dealing with. Raffaella, I'll ask you the same question because I think it's very important. As Carlo said, sometimes the solutions seem so abstract. And while you need to sort of focus and bring this viable solutions to life, which requires specificity, we also are talking about approaching it with multidisciplinary thought, right? And so I think it's a complex issue, but important to answer.
Sure. Yeah, of course, and this is a little bit the challenge on how we do research in universities. And I must say that unfortunately, not just in Italy, but all over the world, scientific research is still very, very siloed. By the way, it is designed because all the evaluation systems that we have, the promotion system, the journals we write in when we have to publish academically, all of them are very, very specific and narrow. If you publish in a journal that is different from your area, you are somehow punished because it doesn't count for your career and things like that. So it's really a challenge to change the research system all over the world towards pluridisciplinarity. I think there are attempts to do that. There are some universities that are starting to organize, for example, their research activity not in departments that are specialized on specific things, but rather around clusters or groups that deal with challenges, for example, with problems, so that put together different perspectives, different disciplines to try to solve or develop solutions for these challenges. But I see that there is a long way to go in that direction, unfortunately. Well, so this is part of the problem. The other part of the problem is related to the fact that research is sometimes far from the real problems, okay? So in that sense, the social role, if you want, and the social responsibility of universities is becoming more and more important, because universities need to start talking to the real problems and working on real problems to transfer their knowledge. I'm here representing Politecnico di Milano. I think it's a good example. At least we try to do our best to go in that direction, because for us it's very, very important to work very closely with all the different actors, being companies, institutions, government, and so on and so forth, to really try to help them to find really concrete solutions to the complex problems. And in that sense, I think we're talking about politics and the role of politics in solving this issue of climate change. And again, I see this as part of the broader sustainability problem. And also in this case, I think we have a very important role. We are not, as a technical university, we are not part of the policy-making game, if you want. But still, I think what we are trying to do is, from the one hand, to provide instruments to policymakers to change the way they develop their policies. For just to mention an example, we were the first group that reported this morning was talking about the democratization of the political process. I think what is important is really the participation of everyone in somehow giving contributes to the development of the politics. And participation is something that is very well known, for example, in the design approach, in the design thinking approach. In that case, the participation is from users, from customers. But what we are trying to do is to provide the same type of methods, the same type of approach also to design and new ways of designing policies by involving a broader number of people. So this is just one example. And of course, we are also trying to develop as much as possible policy-making consequences of the research that we try to do. And the third level at which I think we can play, and I go back to the concept of boundary spanning that I was mentioning before, because in many instances we have been very an important player to put together actors from different areas, so companies, governmental or non-governmental organizations, non-profit organizations, civil society, to talk to each other, because this is the main problem of multidisciplinarity, to be able to talk to each other. And universities can play this role very well. Before we were, again, there was the example of the food policy from Milan, so we participated as Politecnico di Milano in this very important project of recovering food losses. And in that case, we had a very important role in making all the different actors that were needed to put together this solution and try to somehow trade off the goals that different parties had to develop this solution. So I think we can work at different levels, from the research, rethink the way we do research, increase our social responsibility by giving to the society the instruments that they need to solve this challenge, and also work as boundary spanners to facilitate this cross-disciplinary and multidisciplinary or transdisciplinary solution of the problems.
That's very good. Thank you. Francisco, perhaps the same question to you. We are somewhat imposing this pluridisciplinary process to solve something very specific, in a sense, the sustainability and climate crisis we are facing, and the reduction of emissions, and we are relying on many professions to come to assist the process. So in that sense, how do you justify pluridisciplinary teaching, and how do you justify to students somewhat the importance of it while they're also working on very practical solutions and policies?
Thank you. According with the Politecnico, for example, we launched, as I said before, this new master in transformative sustainability. The idea was exactly this. We would like to have a pluridisciplinarity and multidisciplinarity approach to this problem, to try to solve this problem. If you put together technological view with managerial view, you can help companies to solve or to reduce their footprint, let me say. In this sense, we made a big change around 10 years ago in our university, when we decided to have a differentiation between research center dedicated to publish papers in the academic journals for publish or perish for our career, and we opened on the other side some labs. I am the director of the Sustainability Labs in Sdabocconi School of Management, with an idea to help companies, business community, financial community, and so on, to change the world, let me say. So we call these labs dedicated to research in action. Research in action means to try to study, to find solutions to real problems. Sometimes in the research centers we make some publications too much theoretical with any possibility to application. So the lab are the new space, is the correct room to have this kind of a new research in action. I am, as I said, aziendalista, is a managerial side. My studies on management and finance. I am not familiar with politics and regulation, but I know that if we want that the economic growth solve climate change and expanding economy, does not be, let me say, no climate neutral, no competitive, not inclusive, but need to become inclusive, competitive, and climate neutral economy. For this reason, I think that we have a sort of call to for a transformation approach or transformative approach. We have the word in our master, but this transformative approach is important for companies. In fact, I think that government, regulation, politics have to work to help companies to have a transformative approach to sustainability and not a compliance approach. Otherwise, we can't reach the goal of climate change, of reducing our footprint. So this call for a transformative approach is very important to create a positive impact, shared value with a long-term perspective for all stakeholders, in line with our theory, but as a lot of companies are trying to implementing in these days. I know that a lot of companies or the majority of companies should be integrated sustainability in their strategy, but we have some companies that represent the sustainability approach in their purpose, in their raison d'être. So we have to try to improve these two kind of companies with sustainability values and with a transformation sustainability approach. I think all companies should change their business model in line with the principles of sustainability, decarbonization, and the circular economy to help our climate change, to reduce their footprint. But it's important, as you said before, the role of consumers and citizenship, that they should change their way of consumption and recycling. We need that all stakeholders do their part. So the title of the conference again, because now, why? Because we do not have a planet B, as you know. We have a lot of work to do, but I think that we have every day less time. So
yeah.
Good luck, a good job for the next COP27 again. Yeah. Thank you so much.
I thank you. I think Francesco Grillo has really demonstrated the importance of the interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary approach in the format of this conference, because just to have the companies here, like INI and others, to participate and engage at the level that they have and put their resources into acknowledging the importance of this issue and the importance of working together on this issue for the next generation, and to have the students involved here as well. So this is a demonstration of what's possible if we are all in to solve the problem of the climate crisis. So with that, I thank you. Thank you, the panelists, for this very extraordinary conversation, and all of you.
But I would not exaggerate. A very quick coffee break if you really need. Otherwise, thanks a lot, Sashimi, also to be so quick. No, we don't have a coffee break. Okay, all right. Okay, so you don't have a coffee break. Okay, and thanks to Raffaella, to Francesco, and to Professor from Ca' Foscari, Carlo. And now let me welcome Laura Laposta from Sole 24 Ore, and please, we do not have the coffee break. We already had too many coffees. So, Laura,
hello.
The floor is yours.
Thank you.
The last plenary session on actually how to end the zero-sum games between developing and developed worlds. It's a big issue. So good luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So good morning, everyone. Shall we get started, please? Thank you. 2 minutes. Thank you. We are getting started. Yeah. I know, it's hard. A coffee break was announced, but actually, maybe one by one, you can take advantage of our coffee, but silently, thank you. Thank you. So, good morning. We are in our last panel today, how to end the zero-sum game between developing and developed world, some ideas for the COP27 or Sharm el-Sheikh. So it is with great pleasure that I will present the panel and myself. I am Laura Laposta, managing editor of special sections of Il Sole 24 Ore, an Italian media company with a newspaper, radio, podcast, and of course, a website. So my pleasure being here. I've been covering sustainable development since 16 years, and I know exactly the date because it's the date of when my first girl, baby girl, was born, and I devoted to her this, change of my life for the benefit of sustainability, for our future generation. And we are all here for our future generation, not only our sons and daughters, but our nephew and our, youngest stakeholders, because planet is going to be inherited by them. That's what we have to keep in mind also in this panel. So we are all here for this, and thank very much the organizer, Vision, and the sponsors, and of course Francesco. Thank you for having me here. So now I will call all the panelists. Two of them are online, and I also want to greet them. Thank you. I start with you, Tong Xun, Professor of Philosophy of East China Normal University and Chancellor of NYU Shanghai. Thank you for being with us from Shanghai, I suppose.
Yes, I'm in Shanghai, and I'm sitting by the bank of Huangpu River.
Okay.
Against the background.
I will give you the floor, yes, in a few minutes, but it was just a quick hello, and thank you for joining us.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and also we have Eric Bergloff, Chief Economist, Asian Infrastructure Development Bank. Where are you, Eric? Hello.
Hello, I'm not so far from my friend here. I'm in Beijing.
Beijing, you too. Oh, wow. So,
really?
Thank you for being with us, both. And I will call Roynton Medora. Thank you, Roynton, for joining me on the floor. Distinguished Fellow and former President, Center for International Governance Innovation of Canada. Thank you. Yes, please. I will also call the panelists, but of course you will be doing our introduction speech, so thank you for this special Lectio Magistralis, I would say. Michele Geraci. Come, Michele, please, Professor of Political Economy at the Nottingham University of Ningbo and also NYU in China. Thank you, Michele, for joining us. We are saving all the applause at the end. Thank you. And you know, they wanted coffee. Okay. Giacomo Gigantiello, CEO of AXA Italia. Thank you. Proud sponsor of this conference. Thank you. And I would ask also Maya Groff to come and join us. Thank you. She's the convener. Thank you. Of the Climate Governance Commission. Thank you, Maya. I would ask also if Rosella Micio is here. Rosella? No, she will join us. 2 minutes, she will join us. So here we are. It's not so easy. How to end this zero-sum game between developing and developed world? Let's give some ideas for Sharm el-Sheikh, and no one better than you can, since you know both of the words. Are there 2 words, by the way?
No. I can go home now?
Yeah.
Look, first,
no.
Thank you for having me. And I'm really sorry to take away your coffee break on behalf of all of us.
But there is lunch, and there will be lunch.
And there is lunch. But look, I mean, the challenge we have
Closer, please.
is to frame our thoughts in a way that are uplifting and don't create divisions that barely exist. Now, as you said, Laura, I think I know both worlds, and I'm not unconscious of the fact that there are great divisions and that there's great poverty and deprivation in this world. But to see climate change through that lens, or to see it only through that lens, I think would be a mistake. And so I've got 6 points I'll make in about 6 minutes and move on. And I've been listening very carefully for 2 or 3 days now on what we've been saying. And I'd like to begin with something we heard yesterday afternoon in the media session, where, Alexandra, you said that we have too many facts, and throwing more facts and more technocratic solutions at people will not necessarily improve the situation. Now, I'm quite sure by that we don't mean speak nonsense. We still have to have evidence-based, but I think the message from that is that framing matters. Speaking to people's hearts and minds matters. And so this is something, Laura, I owe to you when we chatted at dinner yesterday, is we have to present what we're facing as a truly global problem. This is not a developed or developing country problem. The solutions are either win-win, we're in it together, or lose-lose. We do not have win-lose solutions, and this is something I'll come back to in a minute or two, that this is not one of those things where we can say with climate change, I'm better off and you're not, and so, you know, I'll fight for solutions and you'll be against them. That's not the way. And so my main message is to go back to where the climate movement began. Actually, it began well before the 16 years you've been at it, and then look to the future. The first climate change conference was in about 1979, and it was hosted by the World, you know, Meteorological Association, organization. Its title, Yep. Right you are. And its title was A Conference of Experts on Climate and Mankind. That's how we have to see this. The early environmentalists were not talking about development or underdevelopment. Sometimes when you get into overpopulation issues, yes, you stray into the fact that China and India have too many people, but that's not what the environmental movement was about. It was very much about the planet, about humankind, about the fact that we are at one with nature. And so we have to frame this in that way. And I think facts are important, but framing is more important. My second point is that when I look at the solutions that we've heard in the last 2 days, I could list them all, you know them all. What did we hear? Innovation, decentralized innovation, a CERN for innovation, agricultural systems that are green, investment incentives, infrastructure, geoengineering, global carbon prices. I couldn't frame one of these as a development versus developing country issue. There might be impacts that vary here and there, but we also know that with climate change, we need a package of solutions. We need them all. And if you put these all together, they're neutral when it comes, you know, in some, perhaps developing countries come out ahead, in others, developed countries come out ahead, but as a whole, we're about right with them. And that goes to your point of win-win, lose-lose. My third reason for thinking that this is a false dichotomy is that countries in 1979 or so that we thought were developing are now actually quite developed. Or if they're not developed, they're certainly key players in the global game. I especially say that when you look at innovation and patent data, or if you look at policy innovation. And there's good things happening, and in some cases, countries like China and India are in the lead, and we used to think of them as developing. And so I think that division between developed and developing is moving away. And you know, there's a saying in English that where you stand depends on where you sit. China's position on IP has evolved greatly from 30 years ago to now. Why? Because China is now a net producer, net exporter of IP. And so as we all grow, I think this business of developing and developed goes away as well. There's also the question of technology allowing you to leapfrog, and in that sense, developing countries actually have an advantage when it comes to infrastructure, green infrastructure. Fourth point, a bit technical, but I think worth thinking about. We keep thinking about winners and losers in climate change, and as I said, that's probably not the right way to look at it. But I do get the point that in my country, in Canada, there's parts of Canada that might gain from climate change. We now talk about producing great wine, no offense to my hosts here, but producing great wine in northern Ontario, which is a bit of a cold zone. That doesn't make Canada a gainer in climate change. The winners and losers in climate change happen to be within countries. British Columbia on the West Coast is burning. California is burning. And so the fact that the north of my country is better off doesn't make the country better off. Now, there's some countries, and I know if you're in Togo or Vanuatu, you might be gone. But in most countries, the distributional issue is not between countries. It's not developing versus developed. It's within countries. And so, again, to frame this, there are poor people in rich countries and rich people in poor countries. And so to frame this as a poor country versus rich country issue is, I think, missing the point. My fifth point has to do with the elephants in the room, and I think Bill Emmott is quite right to point to current geopolitics, the stock versus flow problem, the fact that a lot of the carbon up there has been created by countries that happen to be rich and developed, and now we're asking the poor countries to slow down. There's also the elephant in the room that has to do with what you pointed out, Francesco, at the opening, which is the decoupling between energy and GDP growth. Now, if you put all of that together, the elephants kind of go away. I'm not saying that they don't exist, but I don't think the current geopolitical issue that Bill correctly points to is a developing versus developed country. I worry a lot about US versus China, but that's not a developed issue. China and India have huge issues to sort out. Could I frame that in north-south terms? No, I couldn't. Britain's talking to barely anyone now, you know. So you go through that list, and it's not as if geopolitics doesn't matter, but north-south, I don't think matters. And so I'd end with what I think is the key issue here, and it's a long-term issue, which is education and how we look at the world. I think there have to be a bunch of things we do right away, and we know what they are, but we also have to think in terms of inculcating through the educational system and through pedagogy the world as one, and that's what our filmmaker friend has been doing for some years now, and we'll see that film at the end of the day. We have to think about education systems that create global citizens, that do not think in terms of winning and losing in this because we're indeed in it together. Now that's a generational shift. You were saying, you know, at dinner, the proportion of textbooks that actually do that in most countries is hugely low. It's a big challenge, but we have to meet it in parallel with all of these other things. By the way, it's a big challenge in developed countries and in developing countries, and I couldn't say to you that education systems in developing countries are any better or worse than developed countries. So yes, we have challenges. Yes, there's a lot of poverty and deprivation in the world, but is climate change a north-south issue? I come back to my answer to you, no.
Great, thank you. Inspirational indeed. Thank you so much. So let's make the world as one, starting from education. But also, I would take also one of your of the issues you mentioned. Rich countries now ask poor countries to slow down. It's really strange, isn't that? Michele, what would you share with us?
Okay, I'll give you a couple of minutes for 2 points, and maybe I want to ask people at the back to show one slide which goes back to Rohinton's point about numbers. You know, I'm going to stand up. This is the problem of climate. This is emission history by, let's say, regions: Russia, US, India, European Union, and China. And yes, China today is the largest emitter, like you just said, with the 10.5 billion tons of CO2 per year flow. And so we say, oh, China, you should do something. This is the history, and you can bring it back. It doesn't matter how far back, because things, you know, in the old days don't matter very much. The problem is that the line is higher, but the area, the integral within the lines, is higher for other countries. So the US cumulative emission is much larger than China cumulative emission, because this bit here is much smaller than all the previous 150 years. So we have this kind of conflict of stock of total emission, which is the cause of temperature rise, versus the flow, which is an indication of how things actually could go in the future. It is equally important because we want to stop the flow from diverging, but it's exactly what you were saying. Whose fault is it? And this is, in a way, China's response to the situation, which is synthesizes, you guys in the West have created the problem. Now, yes, we are marginally the one that pollutes much more. And I've seen in the negotiation that this is a problem. And if you show the second slide, when we moved on to emission per capita, second slide, please. No? If it's there, it's not there. Here it comes. China is very clever. They say, you guys in the West are a society based on individuals. No, individual comes first. We are a Confucianist society where the society comes first. So they play our game. They say, let's talk about individuals. So let's divide it by population. Because you're not going to say that one American has more right to pollute more than a Chinese. You would never say that. So they show everything. And China is 2% of total CO2 cumulative emission. Europe, for today I include UK and Russia, okay, as long as it lasts, is almost half of total cumulative emission. That's Europe as a whole. USA, 15%. North America with Canada, about 30%. Japan, Korea, but look at this again, China and India, 1% per capita. So does one Western guy have more right than the average Indian to pollute? Yes, no. So this is the news or the conflict that we have when we do negotiate, and I've been at negotiating tables with the Chinese minister and Indian and so on, and this is kind of the response that they give us. But someone says, well, okay, the past is past, what matters is that we need to fix for the future. So the fix for the future is, in my view, easy, because China is the problem, India will be the problem, but at the same time, China is also the solution. Why is China the solution? And this is where I may say something maybe different from the general belief. China really does not care about COP26 to COP25. They do not engage in negotiating with the rest of the world about having a common goal. Because they have decided that they will need to go down on CO2 emission. And why they've decided to do that? Not because that chart is higher, not because they want to do us a favor, not because we negotiate with them, but because the Chinese government has shifted the covenant with its own people. Until now, it was, I run the country, you don't get to choose who runs the country, I'm the Communist Party, and in exchange, I give you economic growth. And China has delivered 9.5% GDP growth for 40 years, poverty alleviation, success unprecedented in the history of mankind. Now, there is economic challenges. Cleverly, the Chinese government has shifted the cause and effect and is using the low economic growth to include in the target, in the promises that it makes to its people, not just money, but also clean up the environment. Because while in the past the Chinese were hiding the rivers were polluted, that the emission was high, now there is actually an emphasis to say, it seems strange. The Chinese Communist Party goes on TV and says, yes, we have a problem of pollution. Yes, our land, agricultural land emits lots of methane. We have river pollution and so on. And they say, wow, they are criticizing themselves. No, yes and no, but it doesn't matter. They are offering a problem to the people so that they can be the hero to solve it. And as a former politician, I can tell you this is how we live. We create a monster so we can be the hero and win. Otherwise, we will have if we have no enemies, we have no victory. So this new enemy that is partly true but partly used is shifting the covenant between the Chinese government and the people, which is now, I run the country, you don't get to choose who runs the country, but and I give you a little bit of money, yes, not 8%, about 3, 4, 5%, but I also clean up your country, health, and so on. So in a way, in my view, and I conclude on this positive note, this is good, because China does not need to go to COP27 to interact and discuss on the 2050 carbon neutrality, yes, no, they just do it because maybe they have to, maybe they want, maybe they can, and because they have the largest mass of CO2 emission. So my recommendation is let them do it. If this is the path that they've chosen, let's not force them, and let's engage, understand what they want to do. Again, we recognize that they are the problem, but let them make the solution, because it seems, if you believe what I said, that what they are trying to do is actually in the correct direction. The thing that we must not do, and now you will hate me for this, and I've seen it everywhere. In 10 years of dealing with China, is always, you should do climate reduction, but what about the human rights? What about Tibet? What about Xinjiang? What about things? So basically, people are going to a negotiating table and bring problem instead of solution. When our former Prime Minister, Draghi, went to Egypt to ask for more gas, trust me, he did not talk about Regeni with Al-Sisi. There are times and places to discuss things. So I do notice a charged atmosphere when people talk about China, because they confuse the analysis with their own feelings. And they miss the goal. If the goal is persuading China to do CO2 emission, let's get down without increasing the size of the problem. Same with India. We go to India, you don't talk about Modi policies no, you just go and say, please clean up the country as well. So I think I'm positive about this, but I do also fear that we in the West do not understand and try to add more wood to the fire where would not normally be necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Michele. So can you introduce Tong Shi-hun? So in Chinese.
东旭生你好，上海现在你好，我们
I'm against the Huangpu River. Can you see?
No, we don't see the river. I should say, Professor Tong is my boss at NYU, so I have to be not because I have to be, I want, and I am nice because he's also very nice. 我看不见后面的那个黄浦河。
I should have actually, yeah, let me see. Oh, I don't know. Okay, forget about that. I will send a picture of Huangpu River.
Okay. No worries. So is Michele more Chinese than you now? I'm joking, but actually, do you agree that if China has a hidden agenda, it's not important, because actually we are all having the preservation of our planet in our agenda, and every country should do its own way, what would you say? Thank you.
So it's my turn?
Yes.
Okay. As a philosopher, I can only contribute something quite philosophical. So the title of my talk would be Ending International Zero-Sum Games Requires Elevation of Conceptual Poverty. Because when we use terms like the developed country or developing country, we naturally refer to a country's economic situation or its distance from material poverty. When we address the relations between countries of different levels of material poverty or material affluence, however, we should probably also pay attention to poverty in another non-material sense. That is poverty with regards to conceptual, essential to understanding international relations, because poverty, in a sense of lack of a proper amount of concepts functioning as perspectives from which people observe and interpret the world, could significantly reduce one's ability, for example, to find the right ways of ending international zero-sum games, including that between developing and the developed world. I skipped where I got the term conceptual poverty from. I just want to explain the meaning of conceptual poverty by taking an example. For example, political scientists or physical scientists, when they ask you to comment on the recent developments of international politics, he could mislead his audience by his expert opinions on issues actually outside of his expertise. He could mislead his governmental advisee by his highly specialized perspectives. And very possibly, he could also mislead himself as well as other people by mixing up perspectives whose clarification requires a sophisticated process of learning with regards to concepts and categories. A typical problem arises when one mixed up the perspectives of interests, values, and identities in understanding international relations. This confusion of perspectives caused by a conceptual poverty can have different forms. The first form of confusion of perspectives is to mistake interests for values. All countries want to defend and even maximize their own interests. But in normal cases, few countries or their leaders would feel comfortable in claiming their own interests over other people's interests without referring to some widely shared values as a basis of justification. But in recent years, people have become more and more used to seeing a politician undisguisedly claiming that his or her country comes first, without feeling any need to answer the question, what kind of country, normatively speaking, he or she really wants to work for. In this case, he or she is mistaking interests for values, in my view. The second form of confusion of perspectives in international politics is to mistake values for interests. Interests are usually embodied in goods, and goods are owned by particular agents. Understood in this way, interests can not only be owned by particular people, they can also be shared by different people in the sense of being divided among different people, rather than in the sense of being agreed upon by different people. As in the case of values, unlike interests or goods, values can be given by A to B only when A manages to convince B to accept them on the basis of understanding or on the basis of reasons B really accepts. In other words, values are not like goods or interests that can be owned, distributed, and exported unilaterally or paternalistically throughout the world. The third form of confusion of perspectives is to practice identity politics or identity diplomacy in the form of interest diplomacy or value diplomacy. It is only natural for a country to practice politics or diplomacy on the basis of its interests, values, and also identities, respectively or simultaneously. Theoretically speaking, we may hope if people want to live together with other people peacefully, people with different interests can bargain with each other, with compromises as preferable results. People of different values can argue with each other with mutual understanding as preferable results. And people of different identities can work together to find or construct a common identity at a higher level that includes different identities at a lower level as preferable results. Now, efforts to expand one's identity so that people of other countries, other identities can also be regarded as part of us at a certain level are possible. This kind of expansion of identities are possible only on the basis of one's interests, which are usually negotiable, or one's values, which are usually arguable, especially with regards to the implementation, interpretation, and ranking of particular values. If one understands identities as being based on something not only non-negotiable and non-arguable, but also something fundamentally non-changeable and non-improvable, and if one regards identities thus understood as the overwhelmingly important base of policies or diplomacy, however, the most probable result is a politics or a diplomacy based on the division between us and them, or the division between us and those like us on the one hand, and those unlike us, and even our enemies on the other side. After the painful experiences and the relevant learning process of the last century, identity politics or identity diplomacy in undisguised forms are now not easy to win support, at least internationally. But if one defends interests that are not negotiable, or if one defends values that are not arguable, his or her interest politics, or value politics, or interest diplomacy, or value diplomacies is hardly different from identity politics or identity diplomacy. The point is that, frankly speaking, this kind of politics or diplomacy is most instrumental to international zero games between countries, including between developing and developed countries, including between China and America, I would say. Please forgive me to drag you into a quite abstract and philosophical discussion. It's not difficult to provide particular cases, actually, to make my arguments less abstract, but I cannot do it within the time slot given to me here. What I can do here is to conclude my speech by referring to a paper published around 30 years ago as a piece of concrete evidence that might support my thesis, that is, ending international zero-sum games requires elevation of conceptual poverty. The title of that paper is The Conceptual Poverty of U.S. Foreign Policy, published in the Atlantic Monthly in September 1993, authored by a scholar named Jonathan Clark. But of course, identity politics, identity diplomacy, disguised as interest policy or value policy, politics can be found not only in the United States. That should be said also. That's all. Thank you very much for listening. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, actually, I understand that identity and Chinese values are not easy to talk about internationally, but also, of course, the COP27 must be an important part of the dialogue. Eric, how do you see that? Because when we had our briefing, you told me that also promises were not kept, and there is a lot of grievances, north-south, east-west, and also a lack of trust in the system. How can we restore trust? Because that's the key point, maybe, also of COP27 and about the dialogue between developed and developing worlds.
Well, I give you the floor. Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to this interesting discussion. Yes, maybe I'll come back to the trust argument, because I think it is a very important element of what's going on. I actually wanted to make some remarks that are more connecting to actually Rohinton's initial and Michele's remarks. I think it will address the issue of trust, but I think it is very important to sort of break out of that north-south and maybe east-west distinction when it comes to climate. And you know, when you sorry, can you mute?
Yes, please. Thank you. All right, thank you.
No, so you know, when you think about this from an Asian perspective, and you know, of course, you know, actually the world looks a little bit different from Asia. You know, there are, you know, economic growth is actually coming back quite well. There's been you know, a lot of improvements in trade over in recent years, and you know, coming out of COVID and so on. And so these conflicts that are now coming to the fore in ahead of the COP27 in terms of having restraints on growth and you know, these promises that you mentioned that have not been delivered on are very real for countries in Asia, and the sense that you know, the advanced economies or the rich world are imposing these constraints. But at the same time, you know, Asia is you know, has probably the most vulnerabilities actually to climate change. I think something like 99 of the 100 most vulnerable cities to climate change are in Asia. You know, a lot of cities here are struggling with you know, air pollution, and you know, of course, we have seen a lot of recent cases of the results of floods and storms and so on. So that, you know, there's a very real tension here. And I would really like to go to what Rohinton said and what Michele said, that you know, this is actually in the interest of these countries themselves to embark on this net zero transition. I'm not saying that they are not. These are, of course, global issues, and they're sort of global public goods that need to be delivered. But actually what is driving China's, and I think what ultimately is driving India's engagement on this is very much domestic concerns. And I mentioned some of them, in terms of air pollution, in terms of vulnerability to floods and to storms and so on. And when you look at what are the challenges, well, the state-owned institutions in many of these countries across Asia, the state-owned enterprises, state-owned financial institutions are heavily exposed to fossil fuels, and they are underinvested in renewables. They are not participating in this green innovation that to the extent they should. And in many countries, the renewables is completely driven by the private sector and so on. So, these countries need to do a lot to reform their economies, and these reforms should have been done, for other reasons. And I think, again, going back to what Hinton said, this distinction between development and climate is very artificial. It's actually the net zero transition provides a new imperative to have these reforms of the state-owned enterprises, of the state-owned financial institutions that are also very heavily invested in fossil fuels and so on. So the transformation that is needed is needed, yes, for the net zero transition, but it's also fundamentally needed for the long-term growth potential and the development and creating inclusive economies that provides opportunities for vast, for most people in these countries. So I think that's the way to break out of this kind of dichotomy between the North and the South, that most of what we need to achieve, has to be done anyhow. It doesn't mean that we should not live up to those promises of we have promised 100 billion a year in the beginning and maybe more over time. That has to be there, and it has to allow these countries to address these issues that they were not part of creating. But also we need to make sure that these technologies that are mostly still developed in advanced economies, and now to some extent, or actually to a considerable extent in China as well, those technologies must be made available widely, and that we should also work with. And of course, working now as I do in a multilateral development bank, we see this as a very important part of what we try to do to both facilitate these flows of capital and skills and technologies. But I think that's, yes, we need to make sure that those promises are delivered on, but we should not forget that all those changes that are needed to achieve those objectives of the net zero transition, they are in the interest of these countries anyhow, and we should not forget that. So maybe I stop with those remarks and maybe come back later. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. So Giacomo, we have been talking about an elephant in the room, but elephant is not only the climate change, but also war now is worsening the situation, and it's quite distracting the world. But actually, the climate emergency is going to stay there, even if we have geopolitical emergencies and humanitarian emergencies that Rosella will talk about later. Thank you for joining us, by the way. But Giacomo, you also told me in our briefing that not everything is lost, and that you see many positive notes we can work on. And I also want to ask you about the role of insurance in that, since you are representing a measure, insurance. Would you make what if the planet asked you a contract to be protected against us? What would you say?
Well, I think I would say probably 40 years ago, the founders of AXA wrote that a world with a 3 or 4 degrees higher temperature cannot be insured. and we probably seen the effect right now. But I think one of the key thoughts that came to me really participating in these days is how important it is to reflect and to continue the debate about what Thomas Friedman called the black elephant. And what I believe has been happening in the last 3 years, we got the 3 black swans. So the first one has been COVID, the second war, the third has been the energy crisis, and nobody was expecting this situation to happen. But I think despite the strategy and the horrific tragedy of the war, what has been happening as a repercussion is that we have been losing a little bit the attention on the international debate on the black elephant. And on top of that, I believe that the new Cold War is potentially reducing the capability to really talk and dialogue, and having the possibility and the capability to listen, as Tong was mentioning, is reflecting what is a different point of view. And that's something that is alarming a little bit also in light of a COP27 and the possibility to continue to discuss. I do believe the war is also a tragedy from a human standpoint, but also from a pollution standpoint. You might recall the war on terror. That has been 1.2 billion emission, which is an equivalent on 300 million cars on an annual basis emission. In 2021, despite the slowdown of the economy of 2020, has been probably the highest from a pollution standpoint, 36 billion of greenhouse emission. So I do believe that the situation is not improving as quick as it should. So the first message, and I'm glad to be here, is to reflect and to talk about this challenge, because it's the biggest one we have got in front of us. The second thought is true. I mean, we should be optimistic, and I think the sense of all the debate we are having is an optimistic view. But I think I will recall what has been happening in the 60s, was the race for space. So everybody was really getting into that race. And I do believe that we should consider the possibility of a climate moonshot, something like this, when everybody is really reflecting and taking with a more responsible approach. So there is a freedom and there is a responsibility. I think somebody was reflecting on it. And I do believe we are making progress. I think there has been a discussion about the energy dilemma and the fact that, cost, environmental, as well as the safety are coming together, and they are converging into what is a low emission sources of energy, which is extremely good. I think last year has been probably the record of the new renewable energy, with almost 300 gigawatts of capability installed, which is really giving us some sign, which is almost equivalent to everything we produce from natural gas in Europe. So extremely powerful. So I think going back to what we can do, I think everybody has got a role, and I think the idea that joined Diego Catoni and the Autostrada and AXA was really the idea that Professor Grillo put together. So an inclusive approach where we are not negotiating, we're just debating. And there is not a right idea, but we are elevating the attention on this matter again in a safe environment. What an insurance can do is having a role and contributing, and I do believe that everybody should have a role without really neglecting the fact every one of us as one. I think AXA has been putting the climate transition in the strategy 5 years ago, so it's not important. It is a strategic pillar. We're doing it as an investor, and I think we're doing with other companies where we sustain that our investments are going to be sustainable. We got 26 billion of investment by 2023, and by 2050, all the assets are going to be net zero emission. As an insurance, it goes back to what we can do to really help out in covering what is not covered. I mean, we have been talking about storms, we have been talking about floods, drought, and I think there is a need, also with the collaboration with the public and private, to be able to provide that coverage. And second, to be a little bit more inclusive. I think there has been a mention, I think Eric was referring to the fact that the more vulnerable people in China are going to be the one exposed to the climate change. And I think also as an insurer, we should include the ones that have not been covered so far. And I think the last one, or the last dimension where AXA is really playing is as a company, as a really exemplary company where we have been reducing the carbon footprints, and we are investing in making sure with the AXA forestry that we reforest and replant with a 1.5 billion investment across the globe. So I think my sense at this stage is that everybody has got a role to play. And there is an AXA future risk report which is coming in the next few days, which is highlighting one element. The climate change is the biggest risk overall, but there is some nuances which we should take in consideration. The first one is a sense of a vulnerability that each one of us is getting. And also almost the idea of a powerlessness and the distrust of the capability of institutions to really take action or to find sustainable solution. And I think that is where I call for all the companies to really have an active roles. And I think many of them are taking a responsibility. And the reason why we should have action ourselves is because action is in the DNA of the companies. We got resources, we got competence, and also the customers are asking for it. So I think everybody needs to have a role, and AXA has been really determined to have a role.
Thank you. Indeed. That's very inspiring as well, because we should all be more inclusive and give protection to the most vulnerable people. And that's very, 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 very true. I would like to talk about it, about vulnerability with Rosella, because you deal with vulnerable people, and you are doing a great job in Moldova, helping people fleeing from the conflict. And you are there when people need, every minute you are treating a patient. But if you would treat the planet, what would you do to heal?
Alone, nothing. So this is the first message. Thank you very much for inviting us in joining this very important meeting. Because we believe that is a shared responsibility. So it's a responsibility of each different component of the society to address the climate change issue and to take care of the environment, because as we were saying, and we are seeing daily, that the most vulnerable are those who get the worst impact of it, and not just in the developing countries. If you think about Hurricane Katrina in the US, those who paid the highest price were the most vulnerable groups within the society. So by taking care of the environment, we also take care of the most vulnerable, and we build or help building a more just, inclusive and equal society. So the two things are absolutely linked together. And we are seeing it daily in our activities worldwide, including in Italy. A couple of weeks ago, I think, the British Medical Journal published an article on the impact of climate change on migration. They estimate that approximately 20 million people every year will be forced to leave their environment because of flood and extreme environmental events. It is true that most of those people will stay in their own country, but it's also true that they will have to, some of them, many of them will have to leave, because they have no other option. We are already seeing it in a country like Sudan, for example, where we are working since 2003, a region that has been ravaged by war and poverty like Darfur is now going back to conflict due to climate-related issues, because cattle owners and farmers are now disputing the same lands because the lands available are shrinked. So it's really a spiral that we have to stop. I totally agree. It's not north-south. It's not development versus environmental issues. It's not that. It's really something that is related to our possibility to have a future and even a present, a more dignified present on this earth, which regardless the development of technology is not becoming bigger, it's becoming smaller and smaller every day. In Pakistan, 2 months ago, there was the worst flood that the country has ever experienced. 25% of the territory completely underwater. It's gonna take 6 months. Experts from the WHO told us 2 days ago in Berlin to go back, let's say, to the pre-flood. This means that 170,000 women, just by talking about women, will not have a safe place to give birth in the next 6 months. So what I'm trying to say is that on one side we do have to find political solution, as we were saying, and I really appreciate very much the idea of working on common interests as disputable and items that we can discuss about and agree about, and for sure the life on Earth is a common interest, I think, regardless our values or philosophical principles. But at the same time, it's a responsibility of every single component of the society, starting from government, the private sector, but also the NGO, the civil society, can embed the environmental sustainability in our actions. The development policies and also the humanitarian approach can have an eye on the impact on the environment. Of course, during a war or when the earthquake arrives, it's very difficult to remember and take care of what your impact is going to be. You use a lot of cars, you need a lot of tools to transport people, and of course technology is not up to allowing us to use vehicles that do not have a real impact. But things are developing quite fast from the technological point of view, and I think that sharing this technology and making it available at different levels in different parts of the society is possible. But at the same time, we need to strengthen also our tools to support the social well-being and economic well-being of the people. The climate change is going to have an impact on health issues as well, a lot. Because with higher temperature, it's much easier to spill over, for example, for viruses from one species to the other, and we have seen it with COVID-19. So it's going to take really a comprehensive approach, I think, that will not just focus on developing innovation and technologies that will minimize the carbon emission and so on, but we'll also have to take care of reducing the inequalities within the society and among countries, because this is the only way we can build a really, really sustainable, environmentally and socially world for everybody. This is what we're trying to do on our small little, it's our small little contribution. We just opened a hospital in Uganda for children, pediatric surgery, that has been designed pro bono by Renzo Piano. And 30% of the energy for that hospital is given by solar panels that were the result of a partnership between Enel Green Power, Emergency, Renzo Piano, and the government of Uganda. And we're now working on making sure that the hospital will be 100% autonomous and independent in terms of providing energy by renewable sources. And this is also the message that we are giving to developing countries, that we want to bring them and we want to share with them what we consider right and appropriate for ourselves as well. If not, it's going to be always this imbalance that will not help to build the trust that we were talking about before, and will not even contribute to build a development in social and economic terms, and for sure will not create a more environmentally stable and sustainable world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for what you do, for what you are doing, and really amazing, I would say, really touching what you are doing also in Europe and in Moldova to help the Ukrainian people fleeing from the war. So thank you to be there, and our thoughts and prayers to Gino Strada. Thank you. So Maya, can you help me to end this panel with your reflection on what we learned? And I would say that you are the most qualified person who can do that, because we talked a lot about partnership between private and public partnership. We have to remember that it's the goal number 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals. So United Nations urge us to work on partnership, and that's what you do, because you are the founder of a great think tank leading a new platform for change. So what did you learn today, and what can you share with us about developing and developed world? Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Laura. And indeed, much of what has been already said and at the whole conference resonates with the work that I've been involved with. Just to give you a bit of background, I initiated and set up, and I've been leading a climate governance commission since 2019. We had our first strategy session in Seoul, South Korea, at Ban Ki-moon's Global Green Growth Institute. So indeed, about breaking down barriers between East and West, North and South. So we released an interim report before COP26, which brought together a whole community of practice of pluridisciplinary experts, policy, think tanks, academics, youth movements, platforms that were advocating for system change from the global governance perspective. So our mandate is really to take this planetary perspective. Our view, a key premise, is really that this is a macro-planetary problem and issue. So we have to think about solutions at scale, at the planetary scale. But that means, of course, also this should be connected to all levels of governance, and it's not antithetical to the local, to the specific, to the regional. We need all of our human diversity, and this is indeed the best trends in quote-unquote global governance are contexted and very aware and sophisticated of the various layers of governance. And just to mention this new high-level phase we're moving into with the Climate Governance Commission, Mary Robinson of the Elders has agreed to serve as one of our high-level ambassadors to chair this next phase of the Commission, and we'll be releasing a final report before COP28 in time for the UN Secretary General's Summit of the Future. And we hope, in the spirit of the Elders founded by Nelson Mandela, in the late 80s, he had to have vision, persistence, deep philosophical wisdom, you know, digging deep to overcome this conceptual poverty. We're told that this is the important, likely the most important decade in human history. So we really need the voices of elder statespeople and like-minded actors, business, every sector, to really rise to the occasion now in this really crucial decade and going forward. So in running the Climate Governance Commission, indeed, this tension sometimes and feelings about the global north and south divisions have come up just as a practical matter in negotiations. We are probably, many of us, familiar with within the COP and UNFCCC context, issues of raising the global public finance needed, loss and damage issues, those who are to date historically most responsible for the effects of climate change. But also I've seen it come up very often generally in terms of climate planetary governance. For example, the science around planetary boundaries, saying that's more of a global north concept. The Secretary General has suggested repurposing of the Trusteeship Council, but there's you know, sometimes a feeling, a knee-jerk response or a lived response based on past realities. So I think building consciousness of the history and sort of overcoming some of the historical, you know, dynamics of dominance are very important to have that awareness. But of course, as Rohinton said, this is an illusion. This is only a mirage. We have to be together as a human family, and we indeed are together as a human family in this challenge. And the UN Secretary General has, in Our Common Agenda report last year, said the only way that we will overcome the climate crisis, the climate emergency, is if we act as a human family together. Okay, and since we're in Italy, the Pope has also, the current Pope has also, you know, talked about the human family, human community, and other interfaith leaders. This is absolutely essential that we start to think as one community. And what will help drive our thinking is the nature of this very novel planetary emergency, which still, in my discussions with various climate policymakers, I think they still haven't quite internalized the depth of this problem that we have. We have moved indeed to a new geological age, from the Holocene to the Anthropocene. The IPCC has told us the Earth is the warmest in 100,000 years already, and this is, we haven't even reached the lower 1.5 target of the Paris Agreement. Another statistic, temperatures have not changed this fast on Earth since we were last hit by an asteroid, okay? So I would just refer everybody to places like the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, just to keep up with this very fast changing also climate science. And there's such uncertainty about what the consequences will be, even if we, you know, make the 1.5 degree limitation target, which is looking, you know, more and more and more unlikely, and some scientists say it's not possible. So we don't have time to not think about ourselves as a community, and we need the solidarity. So just a few sort of concrete policy suggestions that we've come up with at the Climate Governance Commission to date that I think are trying to take this more innovative approach, merging and overcoming the global north-south divide and overcoming this conceptual poverty that was mentioned. How do we leverage this crisis also as an extraordinary opportunity? And just first on the public financing front, just to say that there are so many options to raise large new amounts of public global finance, and there's such a lack of creativity in thinking about this. We have a couple of policy papers on this topic. I won't go into too many details, but of course, just if jurisdictions implemented carbon taxes at an appropriate level, well-implemented, well-designed policies with distributive kind of safeguards, that would already raise a huge source of revenue. Suggestions for Tobin tax, which are very viable economic suggestions, using the SDRs of the IMF, addressing tax haven systems that we have that is part of the fiscal erosion on national budgets, We have an International Anti-Corruption Court proposal, which is now being seriously considered and taken forward by states. And yesterday we had this proposal to have a voluntary cap and stage reduction on military spending, which is extremely sensible from a global governance perspective. And indeed, in the UN Charter itself, Article 26 obliged the Security Council to have some kind of plan, indeed, to have this peace dividend. Don't waste money on these fruitless arms races. So this has long history in the international system. And then just a few more kind of policy proposals I'll just mention very quickly. We have a wonderful proposal from a think tank based in New Delhi for a distributed renewable energy platform based on global cooperation to do a double leapfrog. So you leapfrog beyond dirty energy, and you also provide electrification for areas of energy poverty and jobs-focused DRE platform. A risk mitigation mechanism, collaborative, also proposed to get the financial flows to the global south. A proposal from our partners in Brazil about a new way of working and process to ensure responsibility chains rather than supply chains in key commodities that affect forest destruction, including timber, gold, soy, and others. So these are global south driven kind of proposal that they're working on and partnering with, and we'll keep talking and innovating and making new proposals going forward. And just, yeah, lastly, I very much agree with the education piece that we must educate all. And at COP, we will be launching, in collaboration with the Aga Khan Foundation, the Rockefeller Foundation, Brookings Institute, the Global Partnership for Education, a major new climate and planetary ecology education initiative. Focus on schools and universities around the world, but including everyone. And everyone is also very welcome to these events. There will be a Future Economy Forum in Cairo just before COP, which is very business focused with great business leadership. And then we have a lot of side events with our partners at a beautiful villa in COP. So please, everyone is also very welcome to all of those. So I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So this is a very inspirational panel, as you can see, and we would like to do a lot of more questions and open to questions, but I think that we are running out of time. So I just have to tell you, thank you very much, and let's all remember that our beautiful planet can live without us, the human beings. It outlived the dinosaurs, and the problem is us. I mean, not of the planet, it's us, the people. I mean, human beings. So let's all work together under the SDG number 17, public-private academy, insurances and the people to help and discuss. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Francesco.
We don't have a coffee break. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jacob, probably you can stay because we will sort of wrap up conference. I will need the chairs, Bill and Alexandra, Diego, and you want to sit here? Okay. Okay, so thank you very much. Yeah, I think we did sort of a miracle here. We made people, not governments, to be honest, from the USA, from China, from India, and from many other parts of the world. Some of the people were actually coming both from Canada and India, for instance, to talk with each other and to even find common ground. I think well, this reminds me what one of the great philosophers of the past, William von Leibniz, you know, at the beginning of Enlightenment. You know, he also was German, and he I think sometimes he says something like, "We have an argument. Let's take a compass and let's solve it." through measurements, through reason, you know. So at that time, you know, people trusted reason so much, which is different from rationality, so that through reason we can find common grounds even between USA and China, which would be very interesting. This was not, as Laura mentioned, just you know, about Professor Green. Was a gigantic team, and I really need to thank Clara. Margherita, who if we clap for every person, you know, we won't have time, not even for the movie that I strongly want you to see, Malaika's movie. And let me, without clapping, let me thank also Uwe, Massimo, Francesco, Giorgia, of course, and Laura. We had some arguments, but we took a compass. We used the compass almost to kill each other, but you know, we survived. And the rest of Angela and the rest of the AXA team, and of course not just Diego, but your wonderful team with. I did not even mention Andrea, Ilaria, Carlo, who was a little bit like a connection. And so I have thousands of other people to thank, including, of course, our beloved chairs of the chairs, Bill Emmott and Alexandra Borchardt and Stefania from Paris. And of course, Giacomo Cicantiello and Diego Gattoni. So it has been I am almost as tired as at the end of the Ironman 2 weeks ago. We had something like 9 plenary sessions in 48 hours, 4 working groups. We still have to have a movie and wine tasting. And in 48 hours, we even managed to have 2 Italian governments and 2 British governments, by the way. Well, not yet, almost. So, I mean, history is speeding up, you know, so it's very interesting. So, now we should a little bit recap what we cannot recap, which is the manifesto. We actually, through a very top-down, sort of not very democratic process, selected with a panel of, I don't know exactly who, 5 ideas, but of course it's the Dolomite manifesto will be longer, and will also have to be revised by everybody in the next days, but we have a draft. I think Margherita also has got, we have the 5 ideas. I don't know which is the mechanism to which these ideas were voted. No, but before we go to the ideas, let me ask my 4 distinguished last guests an opinion on the conference, and also if you have an idea of the idea, and so I cannot avoid to start from the chair of the chairs, my uncle Bill Emmott.
Oh no. But why? Why me? This is the question I always ask with you, Francesca. Why me? What did I do? Yeah, okay. Well, no, I'm looking forward to the manifesto, and especially to the practical way in which you carry this on into COP, and of course to next year. And I think that that's been the inspirational aspect of this conference, that it feels like it's part of a continuous process, a process of consideration and discussion and practical ideas, and that's what I would absolutely recommend should continue. There's a basic principle, I think, that lies behind this whole issue, which can be summarized as saying that wishful thinking is not a policy. We have a stupid phrase in English which nobody understands, which is also fine words, butter no parsnips. And no one has any idea what the origin of this phrase is, but it means blah, blah, blah. It's a Greta Thunberg kind of contribution. So the more I see the word should in proposals, the less I am interested in them. The more I see will and will do X, Y, and Z, the more excited I am. And so that's what I want to see in the future discussions of this conference, and in the manifesto, and in the excellent contribution you'll make to COP27. It's the word will rather than the word should. It's action rather than wishful thinking. And that's what this issue is all about. And in a way, what's the ultimate goal and the ultimate success? The ultimate success is that we cease to have conferences on climate change, because we have just absorbed the issue into every decision and every action we make. And that's really the goal. But the longer we have these conferences together, still the more enjoyable and better it will be. So I'm not recommending, but we think that's the goal. Climate change should just be a normal aspect of every decision that we make. And that's what we're aiming at.
Thank you so much, Bill. Let's clap Bill. Among the people I forgot Raffaella, Francesco. No, also because you are supposed to then, sign together with us the 5 ideas. That, by the way, you can see we cannot, so we will sign blindly. So, Alexandra, your take.
Yes, what I think we should take away from here is that actually it's all about solutions, and there are solutions. We need to pool them intelligently. We need to cooperate, to work together. And what I learned this morning, also this thought of, science also needs to cooperate more, and that the scientific processes actually are still too much targeted towards specialization, but we need really to pool our powers, our energy. We need to pool solutions to have actually what we should be striving for, to have a world of abundance, where abundance is actually possible. Because what Bill said this morning is really true. The ideal world would have cheap energy, but clean energy, so that we can all strive, so that abundance is possible without pollution, a sustainable way of abundance. And we all have this major incentive to achieve that, because what Rohington just said was really valuable. Like, this will either be win-win or lose-lose, and we all want to be on the winning side. And we have the capacities, we have the capabilities, because we humans are capable of thinking and of cooperating for a greater good, planning for the future. Obviously, there are lots of forces that work against it, but we have been able to overcome these forces in the past, and we hopefully will in the future. And this is why conferences like this and conferences that don't end like with a lunch and then everyone walks away, but conferences that have a perspective on really bringing some ideas somewhere are so valuable.
Thank you very much, Alessandra. The last conference on the future of Europe, my friend Jan Piotrowski, the business editor of The Economist, he said to me, Francesco, we should give a bigger and better voice to companies. And this is what we are trying to do now, and we will do it even more in the future Dolomite conference. So, Diego, which is your overall final contribution.
Thank you, Francesco. Thank you to everybody. I would like to speak in Italian language to say special thanks to this not usual location of our country, and to say a special thanks to all the people, the local people that were working to organize this special conference. Quindi faccio i miei complimenti a tutti coloro che hanno partecipato all'organizzazione di questa importante conferenza, che come ha detto Francesco ci auguriamo poi di ripeterla negli anni prossimi, di farlo diventare uno standard che produce contenuti che vogliamo portare a livello globale. Qui poi faccio un brevissimo riferimento a quando si era deciso di fare questa conferenza, quindi qui ringrazio Francesco che quando l'ha proposta noi l'abbiamo subito presa con grande entusiasmo questa idea per cercare di organizzarla, di scaricare a terra, perché i contenuti li abbiamo ritenuti fin dall'origine molto importanti. Quindi io sono soddisfatto per due aspetti. Il primo è per questo manifesto, questi messaggi che sono globali, che quindi partono dall'alto e sono per tutti, ma anche per un altro aspetto che ho sentito oggi, questo che è stato detto da Dorfman, perché poi queste idee, questi principi dobbiamo farli calare nella realtà e poi cercare di trovare le soluzioni e realizzarle. Ecco, durante questa conferenza abbiamo avuto degli esempi anche di attività che sono già fatte, che vengono fatte da chi è sul terreno, e su questo sono contento di portare anche l'esempio del mondo della mobilità che influisce tantissimo sulla produzione di CO2, questa è la percezione, la sensazione, ma nello stesso tempo sta facendo dei progetti straordinari che ha già realizzato. Abbiamo accennato al Green Corridor di Autostrada del Brennero, un progetto che porterà un'autostrada a emissioni zero, quindi abbiamo qualcosa che parte anche dal basso, da chi lo realizza, che può diventare uno standard di mercato globale. Quindi abbiamo chiuso un cerchio con proposte anche che sono già state realizzate. Quindi un grazie ancora particolare per quanto è stato fatto, con grande soddisfazione. Io mi auguro poi di poterci rivedere l'anno prossimo per portare nuovi contenuti aggiornati con le evoluzioni che ci saranno.
Actually, we also decided the tentative dates for that one. Abbiamo, no, sta vedendo il calendario. Okay, so it will be the second weekend of October next year. Will be the I think it's 12, 13, and 14 of October, which will be probably 3 weeks before COP28 in Dubai. Just one very small note: we will be in Sharm el-Sheikh or Cairo, and so we will bring this manifesto to COP 2027. However, the manifesto is not only for COP, and is not only for politicians. If we want to save the world, it's not for us to wait the politicians to authorize us to give a small contribution to save the world. It's also about, as Diego was saying, about many different companies start doing things, local communities. So it's those ideas are for everybody. It's not just for COP or for governments, in fact. Jack.
I think, first of all, it is a big thanks to an organization set up, but also sharing a couple of learning today. The first one, that you need sacrifice. I fell down on the water, on the rain, on the street, and I also met two friends from Bocconi and Politecnico, which were completely wet. So there is some sacrifice to put in place on the road to climate transition. And we should all take this sacrifice and really for the good. The second lesson learned is that I loved that we have been planting the seeds. I think that the idea of this conference was not really changing the world, but really discussing in an inclusive way, planting the seeds for what Bill also said. Let's turn these seeds and these ideas into action. I hope that the very same friends that get wet this morning have cheated a little bit, putting their ideas as a youth as a young generation to what needs to be done also in this manifesto. So from small ideas into action, that's what I will take as a lesson also. Thank you.
Do you want to see the 5 ideas? Clara, Clara or Maria? Well, the students, Bocconi and Polimi students, you come here, not so that you come. No, you are the ones for whom we want, if not say the word, no. So. Yeah, but let's first of all say which are the 5 ideas. Do not sign blindly, you know. So, overcoming unanimity through the coalition. Okay, do you want to elaborate a little bit?
Yeah, so we have these 5 ideas. First one, overcoming unanimity through the creation of carbon clubs, foster public-private partnership for impact finance, expand carbon taxes across the globe, because this is personally what I worked on in the first working group. We say we pride ourselves of the European leadership. You know, we are leaders in environmental policy, but of course that is good, but it is quite useless at the end, because we need to get the other countries, the other continents on board. So we need to expand carbon taxes across the globe, and maybe try as much as possible to use the revenues from carbon taxes and pull them into funds for innovation that help us in the technology solutions. Then if you guys want to explain the other points, maybe that were more relevant to your groups.
Don't leave him alone. We have the number 4, which is from the democracy group. So Leo, Luca.
Yeah, I think actually 4 and 5 is what we talked about in our democracy group. And yeah, like as Francesco said earlier, like one of the aims of this conference was to bring radical ideas like solutions, actual stuff, experiments. So I think it's really nice to have these concrete solutions. Yeah.
Yeah, but the solution is they are a little bit timid. You know, when it is about giving you green quotas, like the pink quotas. You know, you were also a little bit skeptical about that.
Well, yeah, we can talk about that later, maybe. But yeah, so the 4th point, introduce youth quotas to ensure representation to all generations. Yeah, and the 5th, bring key decisions on climate change down to a local level. We talked about how important it is to do the local, but also to consider the top down, because at the end it's a structural problem, it's a global problem. So I think that's more also important.
Lisa, you want to add something? Lisa.
You were on democracy. You were on democracy.
No, we were in democracy.
No. Giovanni, you wanna.
I mean, I took care of the carbon tax.
Microphone.
No, coming back to the carbon tax, another thing that we said during our working group, that carbon tax doesn't have to be just a punishment for carbon usage. It can be also a revenue opportunities for member states, for countries, to get funds to finance green programs. So this can be also seen under this point of view. So using carbon taxes revenues to finance greener productions and greener plans.
Thank you so much. I must say that that The Economist is a great advocate of carbon tax. You know, you want to elaborate a little bit as a former editor.
I'll only say we've advocated carbon taxes for at least 25 years now, but not enough people have listened.
Exactly. This is also true. We actually have a carbon tax. Yeah. Okay, good. So we now signed the manifesto. In a sense, you are an evolution, a very important evolution of the Fridays for the Future sort of a movement, a sort of a post-Greta, approach of young people. It must be said that the Greta is used to be a little bit younger than you are, but it's a very, very good thing that you are about ideas and make these ideas to realize. So you really need to have some democratic way to really push these ideas, because otherwise they won't happen. So probably we need to now to sign all together. No, the people here.
We take a picture all together.
Yeah, and we also need to sign the manifesto, right? Somehow. Yeah. Okay. 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 So you sign first. And also Francesco, Raffaele. Yeah, let's go. Do we have also? Sì. Ah, okay. Bye. Yes. Do we have a... Oh, come on.
Leave it to Lauren, maybe.
Yeah, we also...
I think they are very young to know how to do wedding voice.
Okay, so let's go to the, yeah, let's take a picture together. So we will have a 25 minutes movie, okay? It's hold on a second, just a second. Trovi il block note.
Do you have a pod on you? We can connect later.
Why don't you connect? Are you on LinkedIn?
I'm on LinkedIn, yeah.
Just, I know, Giacomo Giusti.
Let me write down your name. I'm here. Let's do it.
Okay, let's do it. So movie time.
Hi everyone, movie time. Oh, let's wait for a second.
Okay, who is really dying can go to the lunch place. Otherwise, Malaika, you are one of the many, but you are particularly exceptional figure here at the Dolomite conference. Yeah, very briefly, you know, she's from Goa, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
She was accepted at UCL, right?
Yes, and
yeah.
I said no.
And she decided not to go to UCL. And instead of being an art director, a very special art director for, well, movie maker, not art director. And so you did this, a number of movies, including this one, on protecting nature as a way to prevent the next pandemic. So we are talking a little bit about the other big environmental disaster that we had a few months ago. And so I will leave it to you. So, again, we have a movie here.
Thank you, Francesco. I think just a brief introduction on this film. It was for Al Jazeera, and we made it during the pandemic because we wanted to use that moment in time to galvanize public opinion about zoonotic diseases and how we think about them. So we focused on how we can have incredible solutions, like focusing on protecting endangered species like bats and pangolins and conserving areas of land that were degraded, and then restoring that back to, the wildest possible form. And what we saw is that rewilding as a concept actually had so much to give back, not just from the wildlife side of things, but also for communities in terms of managing public health. So this is really just a short film that talks about two different places, India and Vietnam, and why conserving wild habitat is great for people and animals. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to a new series of Earthrise. It's pretty calm, albeit rather windy out here amongst Qatar's mangrove forests, but there has been a real sense of urgency, making this in the middle of a pandemic that's brought the world to its knees, and which started because we have been bringing nature to its knees. COVID-19 is just one of many illnesses that has spilled over to us from wildlife, as we quite frankly plunder the natural world and come into closer contact with viruses found there. Ebola, SARS, HIV/AIDS, 3 out of 4 emerging infectious diseases come from animals, and one surfaces every 4 months. So the need to safeguard wild spaces like this one and to protect nature for its survival and our own has never been clearer. But the pandemic has also generated a desire for a green recovery, and that's what we're about here at Earthrise, solutions to the environmental crisis. We're starting this series by looking at protecting wildlife and therefore helping to prevent future outbreaks. Now, the exact origins of COVID-19 are unknown, but investigations have been carried out into the likes of bats and pangolins. And some species of these mammals are amongst the 1 million plants and animals threatened with extinction. But there is hope. In Vietnam, we meet the team rehabilitating trafficked pangolins. And in southern India, locals are defending the only remaining home of one critically endangered bat.
Nearly 1 in 5 mammals in the world is a bat. And the rumors that surround their existence are perhaps as extensive as the bat family itself. Associations with darkness and evil, witches and vampires, including Count Dracula, have led generations to see these flying creatures as sinister. But the granite hills of Kolar are home to a unique bat conservation story. For decades, quarrying devastated this land, leaving it scarred and degraded. But that was forced to stop when a colony of bats was discovered in a cave in these hills, belonging to a species so rare that it was thought to be extinct. I've come to Karnataka in India to find out how conservationists and locals took on the mining industry to win protected status for this land, the last remaining home in the world of the Kolar leaf-nosed bat. Only around 200 of these bats exist here in the Kolar Conservation Reserve. It is also home to 5 other bat species, the majority of which reside in a tiny cave in the rock face. I'm meeting with bat biologist Rohit Chakravarti and citizen scientist Rajesh Puttaswamaya. Hi! So great to finally meet you. Hi, nice to meet you. Today they are capturing bats using mist nets and collecting DNA samples. As night falls, these nocturnal animals begin to emerge out of the cave, flying into the soft nets.
The place of the wing from where I'm taking the punch, it will regrow in 3 weeks' time.
Okay. It's remarkable to be able to see an endangered bat like this one up close. Wow. Bats play a vital role in ecosystems, including pollination and controlling pests. The Kolar leaf-nosed bat eats thousands of insects each day. But threats including habitat loss and hunting have left 21 species of bats critically endangered globally, including this one.
These bats have evolved over 30 million years, and scientists believe their leaf-nosed structure helps them in hunting and detecting prey even in complete darkness.
It's been proposed that bats have links not only to COVID-19 but also to other zoonotic diseases, which can spread from animals to humans, including Ebola and SARS. This is why the destruction of their habitat has potential public health consequences.
It's only when people start destroying forests and directly or indirectly come in contact with bats and their habitats, that's when these zoonotic diseases break out.
So it's not the bat itself, but what we do to it that actually threatens us as a species.
Exactly.
Bats use a technique called echolocation that allows them to navigate using sound. They emit sound waves of very high frequency, which bounce off objects, enabling them to quickly establish what is in their vicinity.
If you've seen small bats fly around streetlights, you should just observe the speed at which they catch insects, the angle at which their prey is, whether it's prey, whether it's predator, whether it's object, or whether it's another bat. So they do all these calculations in 3 to 5 milliseconds, which is way faster than any supercomputer.
The more I find out, the more I fall in love with them, honestly.
That's what the world needs right now.
Fearing the spread of COVID-19, people have attacked bats around the world. In March 2020 in Solo, Indonesia, hundreds of bats in a wildlife market were culled on orders of the mayor. And in May 2020, authorities issued directives to protect bats across the state of Rajasthan in India after more than 150 were killed there. The Kolar region is one of India's granite mining hubs. The miners would still be on the hill were it not for the determination of bat scientist Dr. Bhargavi Srinivasulu, who discovered a colony of Kolar leaf-nosed bats inside the cave in 2013. The species hadn't been spotted in several decades.
We found the roosting site of this bat, and we found that there was mining, large-scale mining happening, lots of trucks on this hill, and the mining had come to almost 100 meters near the roosting site. So immediately we alerted the local authorities first and also the local communities. We also ran a signature campaign with the villagers with our continued protest that, we need to stop mining. A ban on mining happened in January 2015.
And an area of 223 acres was declared a conservation reserve in 2019, finally bringing protection to this critical bat habitat.
These are the cut marks that you can notice over here of the mining that was happening back then, because there is no disturbance at all. The habitat is healing, and the first signs of healing is the presence of grasses all around us.
I mean, it just goes to show that when you give a land the time to heal, it will bounce back. Have you seen a difference in the number of bats, and are they coming back to their old roosting spots?
The bats had stopped using the secondary roosting sites because they were smoked out by the miners. Since the mining ban has happened, we have seen that they are coming back to those roosting sites, and their populations have also increased wonderfully well.
And do you think their populations will continue to grow?
Yes.
Because they're kind of reclaiming lost land in a sense.
Yes, exactly.
Various species of birds, deer, and even predators like leopards have been sighted in this landscape in the recent past, all because of the protection that a bat brought in. Today, Rohit and I are heading inside the cave to try recording the high-frequency vocalizations of the kolar leaf-nosed bats using an ultrasound recording device. We'll be getting right up close to them. The cave is less than 1 meter high and 15 meters deep. I'm pretty sure there are no claustrophobic bat scientists. That was right next to my face. So cool.
Look at how docile they are. I mean,
no, they're so peaceful.
We are the ones who are trapped here, but none of them are attacking contrary to popular belief.
Dracula does not exist.
So here's the bat detector. And you can see the axis goes from 10 to 200 kilohertz. So this is frequency over here, this is time.
So this spectrogram represents the sounds that the bats are making right now.
Yes, that's 8 to 9 times more than higher than what we can hear. Wow! Amazing, no? That's the kolar leaf-nosed bat.
The kolar leaf-nosed bat has a distinct call which can be used to identify it amongst other bats in the cave. To hear it without disturbance, I need to put earphones on. There's a couple of them calling right now. You know, when I put these earphones on, I can hear these bat vocalizations that sound almost alien. But as soon as I take them off, I can hear the sounds of the communities who live nearby, of the farmers who live alongside bats. I mean, if there's any evidence of the fact that bats and humans can coexist together seamlessly, this soundscape is exactly that. This reserve would not have been possible without the support of the community here, some of whom have become rangers.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಗಸ್ತು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ರಾತ್ರಿನೂ ಮತ್ತೆ ಪ್ಯಾಟ್ರೋಲಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಜನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಲ್ಲು ಹೊಡೆಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀವಿ ಹೊರಗಡೆ.
Jameen and Bharat come from local farming villages around the reserve.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ರೈತರೆಲ್ಲ ಖುಷಿ ಬೀಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕ್ರಿಮಿಕೀಟಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬಾವಿಗಳು ತಿಂದು
ಇದೊಂದು ಮಾದರಿ ಗ್ರಾಮವಾಗಿ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಇದನ್ನು ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಪ್ರಪಂಚಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾದರಿ ಆಗೋ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
Managing perceptions around a vilified species takes concerted effort, especially when public hostility to them runs high. Protecting bats in the 21st century will entail engaging with the local communities who live alongside bats. And awareness workshops like this with the next generation can make all the difference. Very good.
First bat girl ತುಂಬಾ ನೋಡಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂಥರ ದೆವ್ವ ತರ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಿದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಭಯ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಇವಾಗ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ಸ್ ಏನು ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾದಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಅದು ಭಯ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಇವಾಗ.
My time here has left me with renewed optimism about the survival of the kolar leaf-nosed bat, now that its only home has been safeguarded for the future. If anything, this pandemic has heightened the need to fiercely protect every last corner of habitat that we're left with, and newly protected areas like kolar are a step in the right direction.
So we're all still reeling from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. But remember what we said earlier, that a new infectious disease emerges every 4 months. Well, scientists estimate there are 1.7 million viruses yet to be discovered in mammals and birds, and around half of those could cross over to humans. Now, whether or not that happens, it's really down to us.
Any given species of animal has viruses and bacteria that circulate within that population of animals. And these are viruses that have grown up with that animal over evolutionary time, to the point where they've come to an understanding. And through normal interactions, different animal species might exchange viruses or bacteria if those pathogens are able to jump from one animal to another. Human activities like agricultural intensification, expansion of farming systems, deforestation and land use change, even the wildlife trade, where we're moving wildlife out of their natural environment and moving them around the world. These are the types of activities that bring people into closer contact with wildlife and create opportunity for those viruses that normally would circulate within wild animal populations to make the jump into people. And that can happen directly or via domestic animals. And once a virus successfully makes the jump from animals into people, then if it's able to spread from person to person, it has the opportunity to do that through social interactions, locally, where a local outbreak might occur, but really because we're connected globally, more so than we ever have been in history, all it takes is a person getting on an airplane carrying a new zoonotic virus, and that virus moves from one location to many locations, and it's how a localized epidemic becomes a global pandemic. It's almost guaranteed that we're going to see another large-scale epidemic or even a pandemic, whether it's a coronavirus or another type of zoonotic virus, as long as we're continuing to do the types of activities around the world that allow these viruses to jump from wild animals into people. We need to stop thinking about epidemics as random chance events that we're victims of. We're directly influencing and have the power to prevent pandemics from occurring. We need to make better choices and do things to protect ecosystems and the natural environment around us, which is ultimately going to protect our own health and security.
Now, the global wildlife trade, as we've heard, is one of the things increasing the risk of animal viruses coming into contact with humans. And since the start of the pandemic, the calls to ban it have become louder. But no regulation, of course, will stop the illegal wildlife trade. And that's estimated to be worth up to $23 billion each year, and it's driving a number of animals to extinction. Our next stop is Vietnam, to meet conservationists protecting one of the trafficking's most vulnerable victims.
Pangolins have been roaming the earth for at least 45 million years, but now they are threatened with extinction. Despite an international trade ban, nearly 1 million have been trafficked over the past 2 decades, with many of them being used in traditional medicines or served as highly prized meat.
One of the busiest crossroads for this illicit trade is Vietnam. I'm here to visit a team of conservationists who are racing against time to save the world's only truly scaly mammal.
Hanoi, the bustling capital of Vietnam, far removed from the natural habitat of a shy, sensitive wild animal. But behind closed doors, illegal trade in pangolins continues here, even with the country's tough wildlife protection laws and the Prime Minister calling for their strict enforcement after the COVID-19 outbreak.
I'm on my way to the center of Hanoi, a popular destination for people looking for traditional Chinese medicines. I hear it's not hard to find the animal's scales here for a range of health issues, from arthritis to lactation problems.
I'm going undercover with our producer who's got a hidden camera. We'll tell the shopkeepers I'm seeking remedies for my sister who has just had a baby and is having trouble breastfeeding. We try 6 stores. The shopkeepers either tell us they don't sell scales because it's illegal, or say they have them but get suspicious. Then we find some. Đây này có mới không cô?
Mới đấy, cái này hàng nó mới là cho các cháu đó, nó làm nhà hàng của nó bán tê với bán con tê làm thịt đấy, có vẩy gram. Dạ. Nhưng mà cái này đắt thì là bao nhiêu? Anh này 70 gram nhé, phải bán cho 700. Bán cho 1 triệu một người lại.
The pangolin is one of the world's most trafficked wild mammals. Vietnam is home to 2 of its 8 species, the Chinese and the Sunda pangolin. Both are critically endangered globally, and their numbers are thought to have fallen by 80% or more in recent decades. Wildlife Trade Monitoring Network, Traffic, estimates that between 2016 and 20, nearly 90 tons of the animal scales seized globally were linked to Vietnam. But there is still hope for this disappearing mammal. I am traveling south of Hanoi to Cúc Phương National Park, where a local NGO is working tirelessly to rescue and release pangolins.
Chào anh, Phoebe ạ, chào anh.
Chào Phoebe, anh là Thái, giám đốc của Save Vietnam Wildlife.
Ty and his team have returned nearly 1,000 pangolins to the wild since 2014 and are preparing to release another 7 over the next few days. There are currently 20 at the center, all rescued from trafficking networks within Vietnam and other Southeast Asian countries. Many of the animals that come here are weak, dehydrated, and have serious injuries. Like this one, Pangolin 1588, identified by the last few digits of his code number at the center. This 7-year-old lost part of his front paw after being caught in a trap. He's now ready to be released.
Khi chuyển về đây thì cái cá thể TT này đã được chăm sóc, phục hồi cái chân đấy và sau đấy là mang ra cái khu vực bán hoang dã để thả và tập xem khả năng leo trèo, khả năng tìm kiếm thức ăn của nó. Và sau khoảng 3-4 tháng ở ngoài khu vực bán hoang dã thì cá thể này thể hiện rất là tốt, có cái khả năng tái thả lại tự nhiên.
Công việc cũng khá vất vả, tại sao anh vẫn tiếp tục làm nó ạ?
Mình rất là yêu quý cái loài động vật như TT này. Động vật hoang dã ở Việt Nam thì đang bị suy giảm và TT là một trong những loài mà đang dần biến mất. Nếu mà chúng ta không chung tay vào làm thì chúng ta sẽ bị mất đi cái loài động vật nó có yêu quý này mãi mãi.
With numbers plummeting, each pangolin baby offers new hope. Yet, their survival rate at the center is low, with many born prematurely to females that arrive pregnant, but injured and stressed. Since 2014, only 10 out of 23 made it. This female, now 3 months old, is a welcome addition.
Cá thể TT mẹ thì là là nạn nhân của một vụ buôn bán vận chuyển trái phép vào đầu năm 2020. Thì khi mà được chuyển về đây thì sau một đợt kiểm tra sức khỏe trước khi tái thả ấy, thì bên mình có phát hiện là bạn TT mẹ này, bạn TT cái này đang mang thai khá là lớn. Chính vì thế là bên mình quyết định là giữ bạn TT cái này lại, chờ bạn ấy sinh con.
This is the only baby at the center right now. Growing more independent by the day, she'll be able to breed herself within a year.
Thì cá thể TT con này khá là linh hoạt rồi và đang tập leo trèo cây khá là tốt rồi. Và nó có thể đi độc lập ở trong chuồng mà không cần đi với mẹ rồi. Trước đây thì hầu hết các cái thời gian là nó bám ở trên đuôi của mẹ nó, và khi mẹ di chuyển đâu thì nó bám trên đuôi của mẹ nó.
Pangolins are mostly nocturnal, and as night falls, it's time to prepare their first meal.
Các cái tủ lạnh này thì chứa các cái thức ăn cho TT. Các cái cá thể TT ở trong trung tâm thì ăn khoảng 300 gram kiến mỗi ngày. Mất TT thì có thể là dẫn đến những cái quần thể mối và kiến ở đâu đó nó phát triển một cách quá mức và dẫn đến chúng ta không kiểm soát được, nó lại ảnh hưởng đến các cái loài khác.
I'm joining 1588 for his dinner, or rather, breakfast. Amputated pangolins don't always recover well enough to be released, so he is one of the lucky ones. Not many meals to go here before he has to find his own in the wild. Save Vietnam's wildlife releases pangolins in protected areas, which are patrolled by forest ranger teams. These need to be on constant alert to ensure the animals don't fall prey to their most dangerous enemy, poachers. But there is another threat the rangers will need to look out for: pathogens. No evidence has been found that COVID-19 originated from pangolins, but some have been known to carry coronaviruses related to the one behind the disease. Today, the rangers are being trained to take samples from animals they encounter in the wild to aid ongoing research efforts on the potential spillover of disease. The specimen for today's training is a dead stork.
Mình cần phải làm cái gì để có thể giảm thiểu cái khả năng một đại dịch nữa diễn ra?
Mình có thể thực hiện nhiều nghiên cứu khoa học về dịch bệnh động vật trên hoang dã. Khi mà chính phủ và cộng đồng có được những thông tin chính xác đầy đủ thì thường họ sẽ có những quyết định đúng đắn.
Back at the center, it's the big day. Final health checks have been done, microchips attached, and pangolin 1588 and 6 others are ready to be released.
Theo các cái nghiên cứu của mình thì là đến gần 100% cái cá thể TT tái thả lại thì chúng đều sống sót và hoạt động tốt trong cái môi trường tự nhiên.
We're going to begin our 5-hour journey to a national park in central Vietnam, where the pangolins are going to be released under tight security tonight.
Thì mình có một cái cảm xúc và một cái tình cảm rất là đặc biệt đối với những cái loài này. Mình cảm nhận được cái sự đau đớn, những cái sự biến mất của các cái loài này thực sự rất là nhanh.
The first pangolin we set free is 1588.
Mỗi cái cá thể mà được tái thả thì luôn luôn là một cái niềm vui và hạnh phúc lớn nhất của những cái người mà làm việc công tác cứu hộ.
I've only been here for a few days, but during that time, I've really seen how vulnerable these creatures are. So this is a really special moment. I just hope they don't end up as trafficking statistics. With so few pangolins left in the world, everyone that survives in the wild really counts.
The COVID-19 pandemic has revealed only too clearly how our health depends on the planet's. But it's also shown that nature can thrive given half a chance. During lockdowns the world over, there were sightings of animals reclaiming open spaces as we retreated into our homes. Dolphins frolicked in the Bosphorus in Istanbul in Turkey. Pumas prowled through Santiago, Chile. Mountain goats roamed the streets of the Welsh town of Llandudno in the UK. And as beaches emptied out, threatened turtles nested in unusually high numbers in the US, Thailand, Turkey, and here in Qatar. These glimpses of nature at ease were relatively common during lockdown, and they serve to remind us that we must renegotiate our relationship with the natural world and fight for the lives of our fellow creatures on Earth as if our own depend on it. Because as COVID-19 has shown us, they really do.